Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Legislative Commission on Budget Subcommittee joint hearings. It is so nice to be in the same room together. Yay! Committee Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Senator Cannizzaro. Here. Senator Goycochea.
Here.
Senator Harris.
Here.
Senator Neal. Senator Nguyen.
Here.
Senator Sievers-Gansert.
Here.
Senator Titus.
Here.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Here.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Present.
Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Here.
Assemblywoman Dickman.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Here.
Assemblyman Haven.
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Here.
Assemblywoman Kasama.
Here.
Assemblyman Miller.
Here.
Assemblyman O'Neill.
Here.
Assemblywoman Peters. Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Assemblyman Yeager. Vice Chair Dondero Loop. Chair Monroe Moreno.
And I am here. We have everyone present. Thank you, guys. This is the easy part of our job. Today we get to start our budget briefings. No debating, no questions. Well, maybe a few questions. And we will get started because I know everyone has a very busy day. And we will start with the overview of the executive budget. But before we do that, do we have any public comments? Is there anyone here for public comment? Either here in Carson City, down at Grant Sawyer, or on the telephone for a public comment? Well, BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that wishes
Chair,
to
the
make?
public line is open and working. Yes, the public line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
So maybe it's too early for anyone to have any questions, and that's a good thing. So we can get right to work. And we will go to our first briefing of the morning. We have Ms. Stevenson, who's the director of our GFO, and she will give us the overview with her staff of the executive budget. Welcome to our committee.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Legislative Commission's Budget Subcommittee. My name is Jim Wells. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Joe Lombardo. The Chief of Staff apologizes for not being able to be here this morning, but he had a prior commitment that could not be changed. I am really excited about the budget you're going to hear about over the next week or so. It includes unprecedented investments in schools. It includes rate increases for certain high-priority medical and mental health services. It includes cost of living increases and quarterly bonuses for state employees, and an historic capital improvement program where maintenance and planning projects are funded with cash and building construction projects are funded with debt, so that only projects that will outlive the duration of the bonds are funded with those bonds. It includes significant investments in new technology systems to streamline state government, and it includes no new taxes and reductions in certain taxes that are to help our citizens and reduce the tax burden on business. Some of you may remember the last time we had such a positive outlook from the Economic Forum, and that was 2007. At the close of 2007, there was $83 million set aside in the state's rainy day fund. Within the first 6 months of the new biennium, we were cutting budgets because we had exhausted the rainy day fund, and there was really, the revenue forecasts were not coming in as projected. So one of the highlights of this budget is not only increasing the cap on the rainy day fund from 20% to 30%, but using one-time revenue sources to fund that for the next inevitable economic downturn. The governor's recommended budget also includes full funding of the Education Stabilization Account, which protects against the economic downturn for revenues in the state's education fund, as well as a new Nevada Way sub-account that's within the rainy day fund to fund transformative economic development projects. Again, this budget does not use one-time costs or one-time dollars to fund ongoing costs. It does not increase taxes, nor does it rely on long-term debt for short-lived assets. It does promote economic development and lower taxes, make strategic investments in state employees and services, and recognizes the importance of saving for a rainy day. The governor's recommended budget represents a fiscally responsible and conservative spending plan for state government. Lastly, I'd like to thank Director Stevenson and her office for the tremendous work that they did from the time Governor Lombardo's team first got access to the budget in mid-December until last week when we sent the books over for print. They did a tremendous amount of work to make sure that the budget includes the priorities of the Lombardo administration. And we could not have done what we did without her and her staff, so I'd like to thank them. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Stevenson to walk through this morning's presentation.
Good morning, Director Stevenson. Before you get started, I'd like to mention to anyone who's watching us virtually, it is the first day of us getting started. We're having a little trouble with the broadcast. If you're having difficulty watching us, I suggest that you go to YouTube. That seems to be a better feed for today. And as we get this new session going, we'll work on that and we'll get it fixed. But YouTube, you can watch us. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amy Stevenson. I'm the Director for the Governor's Finance Office. Before I get into the presentation, I just wanted to give you guys a brief overview of what we have faced. First, agencies started working on these budgets beginning in February, March, in what's called a budget kickoff. Then they submitted those budgets to the Governor's Finance Office by September 1st. At that point, our office worked with agencies in the Governor's Office to present to you today the Governor's recommended budget. So we have a few slides. We're going to go over economic overview and background, the state budget in summary, and budget highlights. So first, our economic overview. So the chance of a recession is elevated at this time. However, we do not have a magic ball sitting in our pocket right now. So a rapid increase in wages and a surge in gas, food, and rent prices and the disrupted supply chain resulted in U.S. inflation realizing a new four-decade peak in June of 2022 of 9.1%, the largest annual increase since 1981 when it rose to nearly 15%. To combat inflation, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates 7 times in 2022. While inflation has improved with tighter monetary policy, progress has been offset by the job market, which remains strong despite various headwinds. Currently, the December 2022 unadjusted inflation number is 6.5%. The recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic in the U.S. was unlike anything seen before. Prior to the pandemic, the U.S. realized 128 months of an expansion cycle up until February of 2020. This growth was well past the average expansion cycle in U.S. history, 59 weeks, and was the longest expansion in U.S. history. Come March 2020, the pandemic hit and the U.S. had 2 months of contraction. Since the initial yet short-lived contraction, the U.S. had another long stretch of recovery and expansion. Payroll employment rose by 4.5 million in 2022, which is less than the increase of 6.7 million in 2021. Personal incomes rose dramatically during the COVID-19 crises and then are now falling. The federal funds effective rate is highest since the housing market crash in 2008. So this is the economic overview for Nevada. That was overall United States. So changes due to migration patterns, people moving out of California and into Texas, Florida, Idaho, and Arizona. Nevada's not in the top 10. I think we ranked 13th. Employment has bounced back to record highs, approximately 1.5 million in Nevada after as much as 22.2 year-over-year decline during the height of the pandemic. Nevada's labor market is firmly in expansion after non-farm employment surpassed its pre-pandemic levels, or pre-pandemic peak, excuse me. The state has recovered all 349,000 jobs lost during the pandemic and continues to add jobs. The 3 sectors yet to recover from the pandemic are leisure and hospitality, information, and government. However, in the post-pandemic era, a shift has taken place in Nevada's labor market. While the leisure and hospitality industry is still under 30,000 jobs from its pre-pandemic peak, the manufacturing, transportation, and warehousing industries are up nearly 30,000 jobs collectively, with an average weekly wages in both sectors more than doubling those of leisure and hospitality. To close, 2022 annual job growth remains relatively high at 3.8%, up to 53.4 jobs since December 2021, but is moderating with a slight decline from November's peak. Nevada's recovery and employment growth expansion reflects its unemployment rate improvement in the post-pandemic era. The initial economic fallout from the pandemic caused an immediate spike in unemployment, a record 27.5% when casinos and non-essential businesses were closed amid the government's initial COVID-19 mitigation efforts through stay-at-home orders. Since then, the state's unemployment rate has dropped over 20% since April 2020, and it's near its historical average. The economic effects of the pandemic were more pronounced in tourism-dependent Southern Nevada compared to the more economically diversified northern part of the state. As a result, the Las Vegas metro area's unemployment remains one of the highest in the nation of metro areas, with a population of 1 million or more. In contrast, the Reno Sparks and Carson City metro areas remain near or below the U.S. average unemployment rate. In December of 2022, the state's unadjusted employment rate is 4.9%, and is likely to remain one of the highest rates in the nation, as it is primarily influenced by the Las Vegas, by the Las Vegas metro area's rate of 5.4%. Taxable retail sales have fared better than expected thanks to how COVID-19 has influenced consumer spending patterns and thanks to inflation reaching a 40-year high. The pandemic accelerated a greater use of the digital economy. Many have embraced digital commerce and virtual workplace. Several of these changes in consumer behavior have continued in the post-pandemic era. For example, from 2018 to 2022, non-store retailers shot up from averaging the 11th or 12th largest taxable sales source in Nevada to the 5th. Non-store retailers continue to trend on a vertical path as remote retailers and marketplace facilitators increase their market share in the overall retail space, accelerating taxable retail sales collection. In 2021, Nevada's total taxable retail sales realized their strongest growth on record, increasing by 28.6% over the year. Year to date through October 2022, Nevada's total taxable retail sales are nearly $70 billion, which is only 8.7% less than the 2021 12-month total, with 2 months of collections to still come in the calendar year. Visitation continues to improve in Nevada as many conventions and trade shows are returning to a physical presence. And several properties continue to land large-scale sporting events, concerts, shows, and residencies. Nevada's trailing 12-month total visitor volume is yet to return to pre-pandemic levels of 60 million visitors, but continues to see an increase in visitors each month in 2022 over the same month in 2021. Nevadans have seen an increase in their personal income, primarily due to a rise in wages and high inflation. With labor demand still exceeding labor supply, wages continue to rise. In the third quarter of 2022, personal income was up 1.5% relative to a year earlier, on par with the nation. However, the cost of housing remained a significant source of inflationary pressure for households in Nevada, eliminating some of the wage increases realized. Additionally, the lack of federal stimulus dollars in 2022 has eliminated some purchasing power for Nevada's constituents. The housing market in Southern Nevada has set new records for the median home price for both single-family and multi-family homes due to tight housing supply, an influx of Sunbelt retirees, and historically low mortgage rates in 2021. Following last year's cheap money-fueled buying frenzy, house hunters have mainly been pumping the brakes due to mortgage rates increasing to a 20-year high in 2022. This has resulted in housing prices starting to deflate. The same story is true in the northern part of the state. As the cost As the cost to borrow has become much higher, home ownership has become much more challenging in northern Nevada. Additionally, there has been an ongoing standoff between buyers and sellers, with both parties having potential financial incentives to stay put. Sellers that need to make a sale on their home are reducing their prices to reach the affordability point consistent with the higher mortgage rates. Through the middle of January of 2023, the 30-year fixed mortgage rate is 6.15%, which is down from the 7% rate realized in October of 2022. October's rate was the highest 30-year fixed mortgage rate we've seen in 20 years. While December's rate has gone down to 6%, it is the highest rate we've seen since 2008, if you exclude the highs realized in 2022. And this is just a comparison from Las Vegas and Reno side by side for the cost of living. Next, we'll go into the state budget in summary. This table depicts total revenues used in preparing the governor's recommended budget. The $48.5 billion budget is $2.9 billion, or almost $3 billion, higher than the 2021 to 2023 legislatively approved budget, and is made up of 32% federal funds, 23% general fund, 3% highway fund, and then the remaining is the other funds, fees, and other non-federal revenue sources. The next slide, this is just a graphical representation of the table mentioned in the prior slide, comparing 2021 through 2023 revenue sources to the 23-25 revenue sources. In the post-pandemic era, an influx of federal stimulus dollars into the economy and pent-up demand for goods and services have positively impacted state finances. After accounting for the impact of the estimated tax credits that may be taken against certain general fund revenues, general fund revenue increased by 22.1% in fiscal year 22 from the previous year. Gaming win has marked 21 straight months of $1 billion or more in total gaming win in the current biennium. Total gaming tax collections before the tax credit increased by 40.7% in fiscal year 22, which is the second largest general fund revenue source. Due to difficult comparisons to fiscal year 2022, total gaming tax collections are forecasted to decline by 2.8% and 3.1% in fiscal year 23 and 24, respectively. In fiscal year 25, total gaming tax collections are forecasted to increase by 3.1%. Turning to sales tax, Nevada's largest general fund revenue source. In fiscal year 22, total sales and use taxes increased by 21.7%, and are forecasted to increase by 7.3% and 6.6% in 23 and 24, respectively, before returning to a modest year-over-year increase of 4.5% in fiscal year 25. Some of the, so in this governor's recommended budget, we have some tax reductions being proposed in this budget. State motor vehicle fuel tax for fiscal year 2024 for approximately $250 million. Lowering the modified business tax by 15%, or from 1.36% to 1.17%. Increasing the standard exemption from the commerce tax from $4 million per year to $6 million per year. The increase of the exemption is projected to decrease revenue by approximately $7.5 to $8.5 million per year. And this is just a graphical representation of, this is out of order and I apologize. It should have been after your revenue thing. All right. The then general fund is forecast to decrease slightly in 2024 and then increase to an all-time high in fiscal year 2025, coming in at $5.8 billion. This is very hard to read, and I apologize because I tried not to make it several slides. So I had to put it on one slide. This shows the actual fiscal year 22 ending general fund balance and the current projections used in the governor's recommended budget for the current fiscal year, including supplemental appropriation request. Fiscal year 22 ended with a balance of $1.6 billion. There are 10 supplemental appropriation requests included in the budget totaling $20.2 million. So the next one, also very small, shows the governor's recommended general fund balance for fiscal years 24 and 25. The unappropriated balance at the end of the biennium is $473.9 million, or 8.3, which is over the required 8.3%, which is over the minimum required ending fund balance of 5%. The rainy day fund. There are two ways that money goes into the rainy day fund. One is 1% of economic approved revenues. Two is 40% of the ending fund balance over 7% of general fund operating appropriations. In this governor's recommended budget, there is a proposal to increase the cap from the rainy day fund from 20% to 30%. I think that's all I was going to say on that one. Sorry. And with that, with the increase to 30%, there's also the creation of the Nevada Way subaccount. The subaccount will exist only when the rainy day fund is above 20% of all general fund appropriations. It will allocate up to 5% for projects that will reduce the state's dependence on the rainy day fund. The allocation will require approval of the Nevada Way Council, which includes the governor and bipartisan legislative leadership. The uses for the Nevada Way subaccount would be economic development and diversification efforts that diversify or stabilize Nevada's tax structure, and at a rate of not less than 3-1. Education stabilization account. So this is the rainy day fund for the Nevada Education Fund. So at the end of 2020, well, we started in 2022. That's where that zero is, because it's brand new. At the end of 2023, we had approximately $549.5 million. And we're projecting at the end of 24 to have 733.6 million, which is the cap. The transfer is actually more than that, but that's the cap for the education. So the additional over that cap will go into the Nevada Education Fund. Spending limit. The limit on total proposed expenditures provided by NRS 353.213 was added to the budgeting process in 1979. Yeah, it caps general fund spending per Nevadan at the 1975-77 biennium level, adjusted for inflation and population growth. The budget submitted by the governor cannot exceed the amount appropriated for the 1975 to 77 biennial budget multiplied by the percent change in population from July 1974 and the percent change in the consumer price index from the same month. Construction expenditures are exempt from this limit, as are deposits to the rainy day fund and payments to reduce, and deposits to the rainy day fund, excuse me. Since 1974, the state's population has grown approximately 430%, and the CPI has increased approximately 425%. Starting with the base 1975 to 1977 biennium budget of slightly less than $390 million, calculating the increase for population and the consumer price index places the spending cap for the 23-25 biennium at $12.5 billion. The governor's recommended budget appropriations do not meet or exceed the cap at 11.4. This chart shows the legislatively approved operating appropriations compared to the spending cap from the 1981 to 1983 biennium to the current biennium. In compliance with NRS 353.213, the executive budget appropriation amount in the chart includes all proposed expenditures for the 23-25 biennium, except those for construction or transfer to the rainy day fund. For all prior biennia and the current 23 to 25 biennium, the blue column to the left represents the spending cap, while the yellow column to the right reflects the actual actual calculations required by NRS 353.213. It is important to point out that this slide and the next several include only the operating portion of the budget and do not include one-shot appropriations. When all sources of revenue, this includes general fund, federal funds, fees, and other funds are considered, Health and Human Services consumes the largest share of state spending at approximately 42.7%, followed by pre-K through 12 at 27.1%, and then Nevada System of Higher Education at 4.6%. All other functions consume less than 10% each, with infrastructure and special purpose agencies, which includes PEB, public safety, and they're all under that 10%. All others combined, all other remaining are at 8%. And this is just the same ranking, but just with general fund. The first one was total dollar amount, and this is the general fund. Again, Health and Human Services is at the biggest portion at 36.5%. Pre-K through 12 is 30.4%, and Nevada System of Higher Education at 13.4%. Next, we'll go into the budget highlights. The first one would be the fiscal accountability measures included in the governor's recommended budget. More than $1 reserved for every $1 in new general fund spending. Increasing allowable allocations to the rainy day fund to 30%, as mentioned earlier when going over the rainy day fund. Fully funding the rainy day fund to the allowable 30% limit. Fully funding the 15% reserve in the education stabilization account. Funding $412 million in deferred maintenance and capital project planning out of cash to avoid unnecessary debt due to bonding. Pre-funding $75 million for the Millennium Scholarship Program, which would fund that Millennium Scholarship through fiscal year 2027. And then no use of non-recurring revenues to fund recurring programs. Capital Improvement Program allocates $1.2 billion to state capital needs. Invest $65 million in deferred maintenance for aging college and university buildings. Invest $90.4 million in deferred maintenance, renovations, and upgrades throughout Nevada correctional facilities. Invest $99.8 million to fund the remodeling and expansion of the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home, and $1.5 million to fund the advanced planning for the new North Las Vegas State Veterans Home. It also invests $13.3 million in deferred maintenance projects for state mental health hospitals. One-shot appropriations for this biennium allocates $250 million to prepay the motor vehicle fuel taxes, allocates $323 million for 27 IT projects, allocates $50 million for transitional space needs for state offices, allocates $50 million to the State Infrastructure Bank to support low or no interest loans to public schools in rural communities, allocates $48 million for child support enhancement modernization, which is included, I apologize, that was supposed to come out in the 323. So it's not an addition, it's in that 323 calculation. Allocates $30 million for, oh, that's the same thing. $30 million is wrapped up in that 323. This is what happens when you don't get sleep and you do this late at night. Allocates an additional $50 million to opportunity scholarships, a direct appropriation of $10 million to the Teach Nevada Scholarship Program, and $6 million in continued support for the Nevada Promise Scholarship. Significant budget items will go first with education pre-K through 12. It increases funding for pre-K through 12 education by over $2 billion, or 22.6%. It increases the base funding per student by nearly $2,000. Fully funds equity-based weight allocations for at-risk English learner and gifted and talented students. Expands Nevada's pre-K program by 600 seats, bringing total program allocations to $60 million. Creates the Office of School Choice within the Nevada Department of Education. Fully funds the Education Stabilization Account, and earmarks interest earnings sourced to the Education Stabilization Account for programs specifically designed to increase the teacher pipeline. Significant budget items for NCHE, or Nevada System of Higher Education. It restores $74.8 million in COVID-era cuts to NCHE institutions, allocates $20 million dedicated to graduate student stipends and increasing the number of graduate teaching assistant positions, allocates $1.6 million for the addition of weighted student credit hours resulting from the recent acquisition acquisition of Sierra Nevada University by UNR. Allocates $24 million for workforce incentive grants. Adds $9.2 million to the UNLV medical school budget to increase the number of students it can serve and ultimately graduate. And funds $5 million for a formula funding study. For Health and Human Services, allocates an additional $1 billion through a combination of the provider taxes and federal matching funds to increase healthcare quality and access in Nevada's private hospitals. Invests $17 million in the expansion of Nevada's behavioral health centers. Increases Medicaid rate for dentists, physicians, and skilled nursing facilities by 5%. Increases foster care rates by 25.6%, including increases in daily, advanced, specialized, and group care rates. Funds a rate increase for advanced practical nurses to equal that of physicians, and then change for the disproportionate share hospital program, eliminating the formula-based contribution from Clark and Washoe counties. Going forward, the program will solely be funded with the 1 cent ad valorem tax revenue. For state employees, allocating $48.6 million to increase public safety, to increase peace officers' employee wages by 2 grades. That is above the increase for all executive branch employees. Funds an increase for Gaming Control Board agents. $474 million in wage and salary increases for public employees. $500 quarterly retention bonus for public employees, effective for the second and third quarters of fiscal year 23. $5 million for statewide training for state employees to help them succeed in their current position and or being able to advance in state government. For economic development, it invests, there's a typo on here, it is $1.4 million. I had to double check that number and I didn't get to update that. In pre-apprentice pilot programs focusing on construction trades, restores GOED and regional development authorities to pre-pandemic funding levels, and restores $10 million to Workforce Innovations for New Nevada, and provides an additional $10 million to WIN to address targeted industries' workforce needs for a total of $20 million. And then veterans. It allocates $1.8 million to the Adoptive Vet Dental Program to provide critical dental care services for low-income veterans throughout the state of Nevada. It allocates $177,000 to additional psychological health manager to provide preventative, remedial, and support services aimed at improving and sustaining the psychological health of National Guard military members and their families. Allocates $838,900 for an additional health program specialist position, veteran service officers, and education information officer positions to support and build up services for the Veterans Healthcare Champions Program, veterans outreach programs, suicide prevention services, and education services for veterans seeking to learn how to navigate the cumbersome and challenging veterans benefit system. Finally, it allocates about $120,700 to a veterans officer position to aid residents of the Southern Nevada State Veterans Homes and other veterans with connecting to the benefits they have earned. I'd like to thank you today for the opportunity of presenting in front of you, and I'm really looking forward to working with you during this session. And I stand ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm sure we have a few questions from members. Who would like to go first? Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. So hopefully you have this information at the ready, but if not, I understand. You had mentioned that transfer to the rainy day account for the Education Stabilization Fund, and that the transfer was actually going to reach that 15% cap, so that the remainder of the money that otherwise would have been transferred would go directly into the education fund. Do you know what the difference is between, like, how much money would go in there if it weren't for the 15% cap? I think that was, I guess we don't have page numbers, but I think the cap is 733.6 million that we would hit in 2024. So just wondering what that delta is between the amount that would otherwise go there.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblyman Yeager. So the total transfer is projected at 927 million, and then the cap is 733. So the difference in that, and I'm sorry I didn't calculate, but if you might.
It sounds like maybe a little under 200 million.
Right, like 194
Okay,
million
great.
is what.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Neal?
Oh, cancer. Oh, I didn't know.
Oh, Senator Gant?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the documentation for the flow over from the Rainy Day Fund into the new Nevada Way Fund, and it said the new Nevada Way Fund goes away if we're below 20%, or how does, I don't know if I read that correctly. So we're at 20, we're going to 30 total, 5% supposed to go into the new fund, but it looked like if it was drawn down to less than 20%, does it all become part of just the regular Rainy Day Fund?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Gansert. Yes. So it would. So it has to trigger the 20%, or anything over the 20 will trigger the Nevada Way account. Did that answer your question?
No, it does in part, so thank you. And so I guess the way it's funded, I can see that, but the drawdown, so once it's in the new Nevada Way Fund, it stays in the new Nevada Way Fund.
Correct.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I actually have two questions. So I had a question on the, I guess, the sub-account that's being created. And I guess just for my own information. So what is the NRS that allows you to create it?
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Senator Neal, there will be a BDR to amend NRS 353-288 to include the new Nevada Way subaccount.
Okay. And then I guess my second question is, do you also have, in your drafting of this BDR, is there language in the NRS that allows you to create a kind of second committee that's, because I see it as a duplication or an expansion of government, right? And so I see it as, we have IFC, right? And then we have this other committee that will then require approval of Nevada Way Council, governor, bipartisan leadership. And so I'm trying to understand what is the NRS that, I guess, gives the authority to tell the legislature to create that, and then also this additional money committee that, because it's kind of like an extra money committee to me, but I want you to help me understand how the authority works and where it is derived from.
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Senator Neal, the intent of the BDR will have a few different components. The first component will be to raise the cap from the 20% to the 30%. The second piece will be to create the new Nevada Way subaccount within the Rainy Day Fund. And the third component of that will be the creation of this Nevada Way committee. The committee is intended to be made up of the governor and I believe it's the four members of leadership, the Assembly and Senate majority and minority leaders. And that group of five would then have the authority to authorize money from the Nevada Way account for these transformative economic development projects. But the BDR will contain all of that related to the Rainy Day Fund.
So Madam Chair, can I ask for further clarification? So what I'm asking is what particular NRS are we building this from, or are we creating a new statute?
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Senator Neal, we will expand on NRS 353-288. Whether or not the Nevada Way subaccount will need a new section in NRS 353 will depend a little bit on legal's drafting of the legislation, but we'll be building on the current stabilization account statute, which is 353-288.
Okay, thank you, because that's what I wanted to know. Madam Chair, can I ask my second question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So my second question is on page 39, where it earmarks the interest earnings sourced for the education stabilization account. And so what I didn't hear in the presentation is how much interest is actually generated currently from this account, and what would be the future amount that you expect to be generated to pay for a teacher pipeline.
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Senator Neal, again, Jim Wells for the record. It has not collected interest to date because there's been no transfers into the education stabilization account. Because of the way the process works, it happens the year after. So the first transfer into the education stabilization account comes after the end of FY22. Once the controller's office has completed their annual financial report, they will do all the calculations to move the money into both the rainy day fund for the secondary transfer, the 40% of the ending fund balance over 7%, as well as the transfer into the education stabilization account. That first transfer is approximately $550 million. And then the secondary transfer would occur then in FY24 after the end of the FY23 that would cap out at $733 million. Yeah. The interest earning, I'm not 100% sure what the current interest rate that is projected by the Treasurer's Office for FY24 and 25. But we're looking at a fairly significant number. If you look at $733 million at even 4%, which is today's rate, that's a fairly significant amount of money.
Thank you for that, because that's what I was trying to get more information on, is what I guess the theory was, and then also how stable that interest will be to create a future pipeline when we talk about 24, 25, 26 to what is a real crisis in the state.
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Senator Neal, again, Jim Wells for the record. I think if you look at the projections for what interest rates are going to be, they're pretty high right now as compared to what the thought process is, where they'll be late 23, mid to mid 24, that they'll go back down to some more normal rate. I haven't seen the latest projections of what they are anticipating regular interest rates to go down to, but I would expect them to be significantly less than they are today.
Madam Chair, final question.
Go ahead.
So I'm glad you said that, because what I'm trying to figure out is this interest rate theory. How is the current rate that we're talking about tied to inflation? Because when you say that it's going to go down, that means that the driver of the rate is what?
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Senator Neal, again, Jim Wells for the record. If you look at what the Federal Reserve is doing, they've been raising the interest rate to combat inflation. The intent was once inflation is curbed and starts being normalized, that the interest rates would then either stabilize or eventually return. And I don't know if they'll ever get back to the 0% that we saw the Fed funds rate at before, but I would expect them to be much more in line with historical norms.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next person for a question will be Assemblywoman Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to go back to the Nevada Way Fund. I'm curious, why wasn't a separate fund created? Why did we create a spending sub-account within a savings sub-account? I think we give the false narrative that we're actually saving $627 million by increasing the rainy day fund by 10%, but we're actually only saving the $313.5 million because the other half of it, the other $313.5 million is actually going to be a spending account. So why did we create a spending sub-account within a savings account and not create just a separate standalone fund?
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Assemblywoman Howdigi. Again, Jim Wells for the record. I believe that the intent was that 20% threshold would limit the amount that you could then spend from this sub-account. So that if we got to a place where we needed that $313 million for regular state operations, that we would be able to use that $313 million not just for these transformative projects, but for state operations should the need arise. So I think that was kind of the intent, is to have a bucket of money that you could use. So you don't necessarily, I don't think that there's a project in the pipeline that this was intended to fund. But I think it's something that if a transformative project came along, that there would be a way outside of a special session for us to kind of leverage some of these dollars to figure out how to get that transformative project off the ground.
In the occasion the state would need to access these funds, though, they would only be there if they hadn't been spent.
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Howdigi, can you repeat your question?
If we hit another economic recession where we would need to access this $313.5 million to fund the state, that 5% Nevada Way Fund would only exist if we hadn't spent the money on these transformative projects.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, to Assemblyman Howdigi. Yeah, so if we had not spent that $313.5 million on a transformative project, it would be available to use for the operations of state government should a shortfall or a recession exist. So yeah, that I think that was kind of the intent behind putting it as a sub-account, is that it would be there to use, but if we didn't need it and came upon an incident where we needed it for operations, it would still be available for operations.
On the list. Next up, I have Assemblywoman Anderson.
Oh, there it goes. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My question comes from slide 42, when there's the allocation to increase the public safety employees' wages. You specify executive branch employees, but does that also include, for example, those employed by the Attorney General or of other areas? I guess my question is the increase for wages by 2 grades regardless of department for all of our peace officers, or only for very specific areas?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Anderson, Amy Stevenson, for the record. So it is the 2-grade increase for the peace officers are specific to a specific collective bargaining unit that they were in, so that they all were the, I'm trying to figure out the right way to say that, but so that they were all, I think they're category 1. They're not all ones. So this is a harder question because it's, so they were all in a specific collective bargaining unit, and those got the 2% increase. So they're the DPS sergeants, the correctional officers, and there's some others in that I can give you more information on how that break out.
Follow up, if I may. Thank you, Chair. I think we all need that because so many of our peace officers, our public safety employees are all areas. So the sooner we can get that information, the better. Thank you, especially for our investigators as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can direct your attention to page 41 of your presentation regarding the significant budget items related to Health and Human Services. I see there is, you're referencing the $1 billion annually that will come in through a combination of provider fee taxes and federal matching funds. And I know that those hospitals have started the process to engage in that already allowed by statute provider fee or provider tax that would do that. Is the 17 million and the increases in Medicaid and foster reimbursement rates, are those directly tied to that $1 billion of projected income, or are they already accounted for, like through the general funds?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Nguyen, those are separate and distinct and already included in the budget, those specific increases. They are not included in the $1 billion provider tax.
And that $1 billion in provider fees that's projected to come back in matching federal funds, is there any allocation in the budget for what those would be distributed to? Like, I know there's reference to increased healthcare quality and quality of care issues, but is that like specifically outlined?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Nguyen, Jim Wells again for the record. There is there's no specific allocation of the $1 billion tax. So basically, what it is they are working on the allocation methodology. So it gets to be a little bit of a complex process. You have to first get the approval of the 67% of the licensed people or licensed facilities. They are working on that now. Then you have to get CMS approval. They're getting ready to submit that, is my understanding. I'm not sure that it has been submitted yet.
It hasn't.
It's getting close, is my understanding. And then once CMS opens that, they can also open certain other upper payment limit programs that the state already implemented. And so they're looking to provide some safety backdrops against the possible elimination of some of those other upper payment limit programs. So there is a bill draft request that will come in to help implement that provider tax that will protect especially rural public hospitals from any negative impacts from any upper payment limit program changes made by CMS as a part of that. And then the second component, and I believe that the contractors are working on this, would be the allocation methodology. And then that allocation methodology could change if there's this impact to these rural public hospitals. So I don't think that they've gotten as far as the actual allocation methodology to the hospitals yet.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because, obviously it's indicating here that there's an additional $1 billion that's being allocated through these funds that we have yet to see, and we're still in the process. So I just wanted to confirm. And are there any other plans for Medicaid reimbursement rates increases other than the dentists and physicians and skilled nursing facilities and the foster care and the advanced practical nurses?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Nguyen, again, Jim Wells for the record. What we did is we used the quadrennial rate review process that Medicaid uses to kind of come up with those services and providers that were the most in need of the rate increases, and these are the ones that hit the top of the list.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Canacera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a couple of questions, so feel free to cut me off and let other people ask questions if need be, Madam Chair. So one of your answers sparked some questions for me when we're talking about this Nevada Way account. You mentioned that account would be used for these transformative projects. Are you talking about building projects where you're doing construction? Is it just unclear? Is it just very vague in terms of what that transformative type project might be? I'm just looking for some clarity on that piece.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizaro, again, Jim Wells for the record. I believe that there's not intended to be a specific limit on the types of projects that it would be. So if you kind of recall the Faraday complex that was going to be out in Apex, there was a lot of infrastructure needs that would have been required before the Apex would have gotten off the ground, it could have been used for something like that. And it could be used to find some matching funds. The intent is to put it where it would do the most good for the state.
So as I'm hearing that, then it would be intended to be very flexible in nature and could encompass a variety of different things that may come before the body.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizero, yes, that's correct. Again, Jim Wells for the record.
You also mentioned that account could be used for state operations. Is that right?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizero, yes, it is intended to be a sub-account so that if there was an economic downturn that required us to go through more than the 10%, that we would fall below the 20%, that would just become part of the rainy day fund. There would no longer be allocations allowable out of the Nevada Way account.
So would that be an automatic transfer from the Nevada Way account into the rainy day fund? Or would that be where, this committee is making a decision to transfer that money into the rainy day account or alternatively into other state operations?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizero, again, Jim Wells for the record. I think the intent of calling it this sub-account is it's already within the rainy day fund, so it's kind of like a line item in a normal budget, a category in a normal budget. And then if we fall below that 20%, then you basically would eliminate that category of available uses to kind of put it in a normal vernacular.
So so sort of a line item part of the rainy day fund that could be used potentially to transfer to the rainy day fund, potentially for state operations, or potentially for these projects that could include things like infrastructure, could include things like tax abatements, tax credits, maybe creating a program to draw down federal matching funds of sorts, anything kind of in that vein. This commission that's going to be approving it would include legislative leadership and the governor. Is that right?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizero, yes, that is correct.
And then, so I would assume it would be just a vote of that committee to expend these funds.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizero, again, Jim Wells for the record. Yes, again, I think the intent is that that committee of 5 would have the authority to do the allocations from that sub-account.
Right. So not the full legislature, not even IFC.
Correct.
Can you explain to me, and I know this might be maybe beyond what today's presentation is, but this has just spawned sort of these questions for me. How does that meet constitutional muster if you are sort of delineating the authority to authorize expenditures in a line item of a budget to a 5-member committee when we do not have, and the reason why there are special sessions and there are restraints on IFC to not easily move money between line items and budget accounts?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizero, again, Jim Wells for the record. I think if you look at some of the money that we give to, like GoEd, where we give them a pot of money and the GoEd board has the authority to allocate that money, I think it's intended to be something along those lines.
I guess I can see why you might draw that similarity. That, however, is money that's allocated by the legislature in the budgeting process to GoEd for specific purposes, not for potentially operations, potentially into the rainy day fund, potentially into some form of either infrastructure or tax credits or tax abatements or some other form of a project, whatever that might be. And so that's where I'm struggling a bit. I have maybe 3 other questions, Madam Chair, if that's okay. So you talked a little bit about this modified business tax buy down. My understanding of the function of that is from an NRS provision that provides for the automatic buy down. But today we were hearing that there had been some sort of decision made to implement this buy down. But as I recall, it falls under NRS 360-203, which would be the automatic buy down for the MBT based upon state revenue and those projections. And so can you clarify that?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizaro, again, Jim Wells for the record. I'm going to have to check. I believe that there is the buy down if the commerce tax exceeds the revenue source to buy down the MBT rate. I do not know if this buys it, if it was bought down all the way to the 1.17 as part of that automatic process, or if this was an additional one. I'll have to double check.
Okay, I appreciate that. Because I do believe it is a statutory buy down, and I might not have the right statute, but I believe that piece of it is a statutory buy down, not a sort of a budget decision. The other thing I wanted to ask a little more about, because there were several slides that talk about the cost of housing due to a variety of different functions, the pandemic, increased interest rates. I think we had a discussion here from you about how that is really impacting, and one of the most significant impacts to everyday costs for Nevadans. Is there anything in the executive budget that you could maybe highlight for us so that we can ask those departments when they come before us, or that we can sort of keep an eye out that actually addresses anything with the cost of housing or to help facilitate that for Nevadans? Because I think, sort of anecdotally speaking, many of us have had conversations with constituents talking about the cost of housing. There are a multitude of news reports that have talked about this, and you all have talked about it today as well as being one of those primary drivers and in the costs for Nevadans. And so I'm just curious if there's anything that you can sort of highlight for us so that we can be on the lookout and either ask additional questions, or if you can answer that today.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizaro, again, Jim Wells for the record. I am not sure whether or not there are specific line items included in the budget, but I certainly would talk to the Housing Division of Business and Industry on some of the projects and stuff that they are working on. The low income or first time home buyers program that the Housing Division has run for years kind of it wasn't being utilized because the interest rate differential for what they could sell the bonds for in issue was not significantly lower than what they could get on the open market. So that kind of went away. My understanding is as these interest rates are rising, that the Housing Division's first time home buyer program they're looking to like issue bonds to assist first-time home buyers with these lower rate mortgages that they can offer.
Okay, thank you. And then the final thing I wanted to touch on was the motor vehicle tax and sort of that tax holiday for that 12-month period. There's a $250 million allocation. What happens if sort of the projected costs of sales and what would have been collected in terms of taxes for the state is higher than that $250 million?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizaro, we are still working on all the details of what that actually encompasses. The director of DMV sent me and a couple of people in the governor's office an email outlining some of the issues that we need to address, including not just the 23 cents, but I think it's a 0.75 cents that goes for the cleanup. There's the part that goes for the inspections. So there's some details that we're working out as we start to craft the BDR for that particular provision.
And I appreciate that. I think one of the concerns that maybe we all share, and if you want to highlight any of this as well, understanding that there is a BDR, is, I would be curious to see data about the cost of gas prices with even the announcement of a gasoline tax buy down, because what I think is hard to measure is, do we see gas prices go up for Nevadans, but we're going to alleviate that state portion of the tax functionally, Nevadans don't see money into their own pockets because the price went up to compensate for that buy down. And so how do we get the data from that? And I will offer you, just by way of another anecdotal example. There are 2 gas stations around the corner from my house. They have consistently been $4.90, $4.50, $4 whatever. If you go 1 block north, there is another gas station where you can buy gas for $3.30, $3.12. It's oftentimes more than $1 or close to $1 cheaper just by going a block. And so I understand that there had been some inclination that the Attorney General's Office of Consumer Affairs, which routinely investigates issues of consumer price concerns, would be involved in that. But I am curious about the data that can help support us being able to demonstrate, should we approve that as a tax holiday, that money is actually going to Nevadans when we have such discrepancies depending on which block you are in, or where you might be buying your gas, if it's closer to the airport or the strip, and just how do you account for that?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Cannizzaro, again, Jim Wells for the record. I think those are all the questions and concerns that we have internally, as well as making sure that this tax holiday benefits the consumers, not that you would see the differential just going into the pockets of the operators. I think that's why the governor in the State of the State address addressed that we would be looking to work with the petroleum industry, the operator industry, and the Attorney General's office to kind of enforce that this does go directly to consumers. Certainly one of the concerns is that if you start to see gas prices increase for other reasons other than just a natural ebb and flow, that you're not going to the consumer wouldn't necessarily feel the effects of the cut of the 23 cents. I think that is definitely a concern. Is that would it have been 23 cents higher, or are we seeing the benefit of that 23 cents? And I think given the volatility of gas prices season to season, up north we go through seasons where they change the fuel mixture over in California, and our gas prices go up, and then they come back down as they do the conversion. I think you're correct. As you go to certain areas of town, especially around airports, they tend to get more expensive to catch the consumers who are returning rental cars. So I think all of those are legitimate concerns, and some things that we would hope to address in the BDR.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Because I think that is something that we will absolutely need to see, because there's got to be some kind of guarantee that this money is going to Nevadans. Otherwise, we are spending state dollars without an effect on the out-of-pocket costs for our constituents. The last question that I have, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the indulgence on the motor vehicle tax holiday, is that this is an idea that has been entertained previously. Obviously, I think none of us are immune to having seen and heard and had constituents and people who are concerned about how it is they're going to get from point A to point B, to work, to school, getting kids around, getting groceries, because of the high costs of gas prices, especially over the last, year and a half. And so the idea of whether you can implement a gas tax holiday is certainly not a new one, and one that has been discussed. However, in previous discussions wherein this was raised and debated about whether or not this would be effective, I think we spoke about some of the issues with ensuring that money actually makes it to Nevadans' pockets. But the other functional issue that I'm curious if you've given any thought to is that some of that part of the taxes goes to support bonding capacity in the highway fund. And obviously, we would be very concerned about any negative effects that may have. I don't know if putting additional money, because we are in a legislative session, so we have the authority to do that, to put additional money into the highway fund, would alleviate that, or if we are still faced with potential issues with that bonding capacity that is supported by this tax.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Cannizzaro, again, Jim Wells for the record, the pre-funding and the use of one-time funds going into to pay or to cover this tax holiday was in part specific to making sure that we did not violate any bond covenants and did not jeopardize any bonding authority within the highway fund.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but Majority Leader Canizaro just covered all of my questions.
Oh, that's amazing. All right. Then we'll go to Vice Chair Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is, as I see the budget items in education and I see the one-shot monies put forward, while I recognize that there are some position changes within the Department of Ed, I don't see anything in there that addresses teacher raises. While I recognize that also may be somewhat local, I was hoping to hear at some point that we would encourage or raise pay for teachers so that we could encourage more of our young people to go into this profession. So I was wondering if you could sort of address that issue.
Madam Chair, through you to Vice Chair Dondero Loop. Again, Jim Wells for the record. It becomes a little bit more difficult for the state to impose direct raises to the teachers as the people-centered funding plan kind of pulls all that money together and allocates it to the schools. I think there is definitely an intent from the governor's office that the districts use this additional money that's coming in through the formulas to give teacher raises, but those are also collectively bargained at the local levels. So I don't know that there's an easy way for us to directly allocate or isolate parts of that money for teacher raises.
Thank you for that information. I hear what you're saying. I guess what I'm thinking is that we are creating a new fund for something else, and we are asking for more accountability from our educators. We are putting funding towards other things, but we're not saying out loud, nor are we moving forward to those extra funds for our educators. I like to tease, while it isn't really a funny thing, that I finally found a job that pays less than a teacher. So with that being said, that's a pretty sad thing to be able to say. And I just think that it's time for us to put some focus on that.
One moment. Staying on education, can you go to your slide 39? I have a few questions on that. The allocation for at-risk students, if I look at the backup documents that we received, the increase is wonderful. We all know that we have students that need a little more assistance and a little more funding to help them meet their educational goals. However, I look at the number of students that were projected to be served in fiscal year 2023, and and the difference in the number of students to be served in 2024. It's a significant decrease of students who will be serviced, but a significant increase of the money for those limited number of students. Could you tell us why there's a significant lowering of students being funded and an almost 3 times increase of the money that you're asking to be allocated for those students? And what's the calculation? How are you determining what is an at-risk student?
Madam Chair, again for the record, Jim Wells, are you talking specifically to the weighted populations?
Correct. If you look at on page 39 of your presentation. It says to fully fund the equitable base of the weighted allocations to at-risk students, English learners, and gifted and talented. But if you look at the backup documents, the amount of money for that specific category for at-risk students is almost tripled, while the number of students is decreased by almost 3 times the amount. So a much larger number of dollars for a much smaller group of students. And why are there less at-risk students? What are your calculations, and how are you determining what an at-risk student is?
Madam Chair, I think that I'm going to have to get some information from the Department of Education on and the funding formula plan that I do not have with me today.
Thank you. I think we would all like to have that if you could get that to us, especially how are you determining what an at-risk student is? For the life of me, I can't understand why we would have so fewer number of students that would need 3 times the amount of money. My other question, the Office of School Choice. What is the specific cost for that office? Where is it going to be housed? And who will be running that department?
Madam Chairwoman, again, Jim Wells for the record. We are still working on what that design actually looks like. It is within the Department of Education, so it would report to Superintendent Ebert. But I do not have an exact cost or structure of the office itself.
Okay, and then my final question before I go to other members on the committee, there are a few more questions. On that same slide, the expansion of the pre-K program for the 600 seats. In your presentation, it says that total allocation would be $60 million. I didn't find that in my backup documentation of $60 million. Could you tell me where I could find that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Amy Stevenson, I will send you that backup documentation on that decision unit. I didn't bring it with me, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. I believe Assemblywoman Peters has a question, then Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to follow up a little bit on one of my colleagues' questions related to the gas tax holiday. Can you, and this may be something that you're working on currently, so I hope this is included in your follow-up if you can't answer today. But can you break down your assessment of how that gas tax holiday will affect the average Nevadan family? That being quantified in dollars, right? So how much in a year will an average Nevada family realize? And then looking at the impact to business, because we know that business owners often have more vehicles and fleets than our average Nevadan family does. Can you break down how much will be realized by those businesses? And potentially, I'd like to see how much we expect that gas tax holiday to affect Nevada-based businesses, Nevada-owned businesses versus non-Nevada businesses.
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Peters, again, Jim Wells for the record, we will build that as part of the data set that we will provide it.
Thank you, Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to clarify one point that I believe Majority Leader brought up earlier. On the MBT, it's my understanding that Department of Taxation had already decided that on September 30th, 2022, that the rate would be reduced to 1.17 because we had exceeded the revenue, and that actually comes from statute 360.203. And that law also adds in that once we get to 1.17, that we won't be doing future collections because that rate operates, it really does operate as an automatic. And it was in place well before the election was called, and that it was already in statute. And so it's not really an act because it had already been decided by the Nevada Department of Taxation that 1.17, it would drop, right, from I believe it's 1.378 to 1.17. And so I just wanted to clarify that. So if you want to go and get some additional information, I would go back to the last forum, which kind of set out the change, right? So, secondly, I wanted to add, since we're adding to things to come back and help understand, I had a question on the fuel tax too, but my question is related to if you could also add, like, what's the percentage of the cost of gas in Nevada that comes from taxes versus gas station profit? And then the second question to that, if you could explain in the, there's a county portion, right? So we have diesel, we have special fuel, we have aviation fuel, we have several types of fuels, right? And so there's about a 5.35 cents that goes to the county, which pays for construction, maintenance, repair, etc. So how will that 5.35 cents be, I guess, dealt with if it is not distributed over a 12-month period? And what is your calculation for that loss? And what is the, I guess, the expectation of the local governments to deal with the offset of that 5.35 cents? And, you know, I could say the 5 cents on the highway fund too, and then also the 12.65 cents that goes to the highway fund. But I'm super curious. So while you're working out the details, if you could come back with what's replacing the 12-month loss and bring back those calculations of what you understand will be the revenue that I guess that will be offsetted or be exchanged, or I don't know how you've worked it out, but there's several fuels that are being affected. And the final piece to that question is there's also a refund component to fuels under IFTA. And how will you calculate if a refund is within that 12-month period? Because there could be a delay on when they file, and just mechanically, how will you administrate that issue? I don't know if you've thought about it. I think you should. And thank you, Madam Chair. Those are just my curiosity questions.
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Senator Neal, the MBT, I will double check on the buy down and whether that was included already in the economic forms projections as you're talking about the commerce tax exceeding its projected revenues triggers an automatic buy down of MBT. So I will confirm whether or not this is an additional buy down or whether it or whether it was already included in the buy down based on the FY22 final figures. As for the motor vehicle fuels tax, we are still working out details on what that's going to look like, and we'll be meeting next week with the involved departments to kind of start the groundwork for how that will work. And my understanding is it's not intended to include the local government components, that it's just specifically to the state's 23-cent gas tax.
Any follow-up?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm really going to get into the weeds with this one, I think, but it's really small. When we talk about the disproportionate share hospitals in that program, we're moving away from the formula that actually the contribution came from Clark and Washoe, going to just the 1 cent ad valorem. Will that also be formula distributed then, or will it just be based back to those jurisdictions? I'm concerned counties like that, say, have a hospital like Lincoln that really don't have a tax base. If they have to rely on that 1 cent tax, it won't work. So is that going to be formula distributed even though we're talking the 1 cent ad valorem?
Madam Chairwoman, through you to Senator Goicoechea, they are currently working on regulations to revise the distribution formula. Right now, the distribution formula says that Pool A, which is UMC and Clark County, gets 87.5, and then Pools B through E get smaller percentages. What we have done is calculate how much those other pools would have gotten at the full dish amount, and the regulation will change that distribution so that none of the other hospitals will be impacted.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wells, on the significant budget items under economic development, you note a $2.8 million investment in pre-apprenticeship pilot programs that are focused specifically on construction trades. Can you provide some details on what is envisioned for spending those dollars on?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblyman Watts, Amy Stevenson for the record. I wanted to make a correction. It's 1.4. I do have a typo on the slide, which I mentioned in my presentation, and I will get you the details, the specific details outlining that in the decision unit.
Thank you for that, Ms. Stevenson. And yeah, pardon me, I didn't note that correction before I asked the question. Yeah, I'm just interested in getting some more information on that, and also what the pipeline is, because we want to have pre-apprenticeships lead to apprenticeships and lead to careers in the industry, and I want to make sure that we're working with our JATCs, and our building trades unions to make sure that we're not putting people into a pre-apprenticeship pipeline that we then do not have apprenticeships and job opportunities available for people to actually begin their careers once they come out of it.
Thank you for the question. And committee, we are running a little bit behind, but it was a great discussion, great questions. A lot of homework for you all. Sorry about that, but it is necessary. So I want to thank you for today's presentation. I look forward to seeing you over the next few months as we get through this budget.
Madam Chair? I'm
Yes.
sorry. I just had one more question. Do you mind?
Make it quick.
I will make it quick. Okay. So I was looking at the Commission on School Funding's report that was out, I think, November of 22, and it talked about the incremental aggregate amount that we should be adding to education to get to the national average, and also just to increase funding. And I mean, and so I'm looking at page 19. I just want to know if you can go back and then confirm this with our committee. It looks like that the $2 billion that's being added to education, to the funding formula that we currently have, most of which is collectively bargained, is hitting around the 7-year market for the aggregate shortfall. So instead of at this 10-year plan they've laid out, when you add $2 billion, you get to about the 7th year. So I just want to ask you to confirm where we are relative to the report that was just put out by the Commission on School Funding with that $2,000 increase per student that has been proposed. Thank you.
And you may not have that information with you here today, and that's okay. But we will see you again, so if you could get that information to the committee, that would be wonderful.
Madam Chair, I will make sure that I have pretty good notes on what we need to come back and give to the committee. So I appreciate everyone's time this morning and the questions that were asked. I know there's a lot of details that we're even still working out. So again, thank you and the committee very much.
Thank you again. And with that, we will close this presentation. We will move on to the Department of Administration. I believe Director Robb is here with staff. Welcome to the committee. We appreciate you joining us here today. And we're sorry that we're running a little behind.
Madam Chair, my name is Jack Robb, new Director of Department of Administration. With me today, I have Matt Tuma, Daniel Marlowe, and Tim Galuzzi present to help go through our presentation. We'll start. This is our leadership team. We do cover a wide range of items, and we will go through those with you today. But as you can see, we do have quite a few people, and most of them are present if we have questions.
Thank you.
The Department of Administration, we want to deliver transparent internal government services, plan and maintain critical state infrastructure and security of state processes, and we want to equip state agencies and their employees to support Nevadans' needs. Department goals to improve transparency and internal services we provide, support a positive workplace and culture for staffing expertise, provide responsive customer service and ease of access for customer agencies, employees, and the public. The next slide illustrates where we were in the FY 22-23 process. We were at $368.3 million. Governor recommended budget this year, $419.9 million, and we will cover some of those changes and why that is increased throughout this presentation. Divisions with no enhancements. The Director's Office, we currently have 5 employees. No changes slated there. Risk Management, they have 7 employees. No changes there. And I'm sorry, I want to back up one slide because I skipped one when I flipped pages and Matt's trying to keep up with me. Expenditure by division, I really want to highlight some of that because it really doesn't equate to some of the staffing levels we have in some of our divisions. You can see that a lot of our divisions are fairly lean, but if you look at risk management, they're the 3rd largest budget we have, but when we get down into the presentation a little further, you will see that they are one of the leanest that we have, that there's only 7 employees in there. So now I'm going to get back on track. I went through the Director's Office, risk management with their 7 employees. They're very efficient. They have a huge job, but a lot of that goes to premiums and care for people. Administrative Services Division, base budget continues with 32 employees. We're asking for an addition of 1 accounting assistant and 1 management analyst within a capital improvement team. In a future presentation, you're going to see why we need additional help in the capital improvement teams. We need to add license for document management system also. In deferred compensation, base budget for 2 employees. We need to get an additional management analyst in that office. This is one of the leanest divisions we have. They're operating with 2 employees. We've been operating with 3 for, I've heard, the last 5 years. The 3rd person is a manpower employee. We have gone from less than $500 million to over $1 billion in funds that we managed through that program, and went from, I believe, around 17% participation by people eligible to participate in the program to over 42% currently. So you can see there's tremendous growth, and it's more than 2 people can handle, and we need to get that 3rd person hired into that division. Fleet Services Division, base budget continues for the 16 employees. With the economy the way it went through COVID and the lack of availability of vehicles to purchase, we have fallen behind in this, and we need to replace 241 fleet service vehicles, and that's just replacement. And then the second line item is addition of 97 new fleet vehicles for full agency, to fulfill full agency requests. Fleet services is a full service option for agencies. Instead of them owning the vehicles, fleet services will own the vehicles, schedule the maintenance, do the maintenance, and cover all the costs and fuel on those. And then there's a cost charged back to the agency that covers those costs. So that's where the 97 comes in. And those aren't new vehicles, those are replacement vehicles going forward for those agencies that are impacted. Hearings and appeals, base budget for the 50 employees. And we need an addition of 1 administrative assistant to keep up with increased hearings. The hearing caseload has gone up tremendously. If insurance companies don't meet their statutory deadline to get back with individuals, it becomes an automatic denial, and then it becomes a hearing. And so that process has really skyrocketed with insurance companies not keeping up with their end of the deal. So our staff load is increased tremendously, and we are in need of additional help for the scheduling of those. And we need a subscription to Westlaw digital publication services. Next one, human resources, continue funding the 83 employees they have. We're proposing to eliminate 3 vacant compliance investigator positions. And we need to increase travel and training budget. As you continue to hear, the state is short-staffed, 20+% vacancy rates. We need to increase our budget to travel to help recruit, retain, and just meet with potential employees and get them into the state process. Mail Service Division, 22 staff statewide. We are asking for a budget enhancement of uniforms. They're handling a lot of sensitive documents. They're in and out of all the locations of the state on a regular basis. And with the turnover in there, we want them to be uniform, so when they're entering buildings, employees in that building understand that they're there for a specific purpose and they're there for business. So we want to identify them. And we need to establish transfer equipment and depreciation amounts of service equipment for a value of $182,000 approximately. Library and Archives, 35 employees. We want to replace microfilm equipment and transition to large-scale digitization services. Put it on a modern platform. Microfiche, it's still not usable by everybody in the public, but if we can digitize it, make it searchable, it becomes more usable for everybody. And an additional part-time administrative assistant. Purchasing Division, we want to continue funding the 26 we have. We want an addition of 1 purchasing officer and 1 purchasing trainee technician to help manage statewide contracts. The workload is increasing in there, and we need to get additional support so we can meet the needs of our customers, the other agencies that rely on purchasing. And funding to purchase a new warehouse building in Las Vegas. That's a one-shot question, one-shot ask. There's a lot of uses we need a warehouse for. Surplus materials, disposal materials we need. When we need to dispose of vehicles, we need secure parking. The facilities we currently have been broke into a lot and vehicles vandalized, devaluing them before we can get them to auction. So we're looking for a new location for purchasing, a warehouse in Las Vegas. Public Works Division, they have 127 employees. We're looking for $965,968,000 in year 1 and 2 to perform maintenance on statewide building projects. additional of one painter to be able to maintain stuff without going out to contract. Replace 24 agency-owned vehicles with fleet services vehicles. I spoke with staff this morning. The dollar values that are represented there look like they may be inaccurate when you're looking at replacing 24 vehicles. But they are replacing them through fleet services, and that is the fleet service allocation of money we would give them to maintain those cars and for the mileage. And so those cars are rolled into the 97 that I spoke of earlier during the fleet for service division slide. Marlette Lake, we need to complete a master plan at Marlette Lake for $41,000 in year one. And Enterprise IT Division with me today, because we have so many items and there may be questions on some of those. I've asked Tim to run these next few slides and give you some more detail on them.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Timothy Galuzzi. I'm the Division Administrator for Enterprise IT Services in the State CIO. The base budget that that the Governor has recommended continues funding for the 190 employees of Enterprise IT Services and associated operating costs. The material enhancements and efficiency units are as follows. In the Office of the CIO, we're asking to replace the Technology Investment Notification System. This is the system that tracks technology investment throughout the executive branch. In Agency IT Services, we're asking to replace the IT Service Management System. This is the platform that accepts ticketing and issue tracking across the executive branch and all of the agencies that we provide services to. Within the EATS computer facility, we are asking for a mainframe unit reorganization and succession planning enhancement. We are also asking to replace the endpoint protection software that goes on all executive branch agency endpoints or workstations. We're requesting the replacement of hybrid cloud software infrastructure. We are trying to position the state's private cloud, or as I lovingly refer to it as the silver cloud, to be a hybrid cloud infrastructure so we can right-size server infrastructure as the agencies need it. In our IT security, in our Office of Information Security, we are asking to upgrade vulnerability management system software. Continuing on, in the data communications and network engineering areas, we're requesting replacement of the VPN or virtual private network infrastructure that is currently at end of life. We are also asking for the replacement of security firewall components that are end of life as well. Within the network transport services, also referred to as the microwave unit, we're asking to upgrade 31 microwave sites to electric access control versus padlocks to heighten the security of those sites. And we are also asking for the replacement of 3 agency-owned vehicles with fleet services vehicles to make sure that we are in the most economical position with our vehicles. And so that covers the major enhancements for Enterprise IT Services.
Madam Chair, Jack Raw for the record. That concludes our presentation today, and we stand ready for questions.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the presentation. I know that we have one question. Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions, actually. The first is on slide 11, where there are the elimination of the 3 vacant compliance investigators. It sounds like it's based upon the fact that you've not been able to find people. So has there already been compensation for those individuals who have taken on that work? Or can these 83 other individuals take on this extra work with the elimination of the 3 vacant current positions?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Anderson, it is my understanding that, Jack Raw for the record, it is my understanding that we are going to contract out some of those services, and we get a more timely and accurate response by farming some of that out. Depending on workload, we can accomplish that through contract.
Thank you. And then I do have another question, if I may, Chair. It has to do with the security mentioned on both slides 17 and 18. It's very important, you know, this is not my world. I know how to spell IT, and that's about it. However, we continue to hear of different software systems being hacked into. And with one-shot deals, is this enough to make sure that our state technology has that proper firewall? Or is this just like, we're going to do this once and then 6 months later we're going to have to do another one? Is there a need instead to have a continual firewall or upgrade system? And I'm sorry, this is not my world, so I don't know if I'm asking the question correctly.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Anderson, once again, Timothy Galuzzi, Division Administrator, Enterprise IT Services for the record. This is just one additional piece. This is, we already have a robust security platform within the Office of Information Security and with our other executive branch agency partners. This is enhancing our ability to isolate and report on vulnerabilities as they were found. This leverages machine learning and some of the most forward-thinking technology that we have at our fingertips to identify vulnerabilities, rank them, and get that notification to the hands of security professionals throughout the executive branch. Our intent with this is that next biennium, you'll see us up here continuing this funding. This one-shot appropriation, we're hoping we'll get this project started.
Thank you very much. Next, we have a question from Assemblyman Watts. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I don't believe I have a question at this time.
Thank you very much. Then we'll go to Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on the section there for the purchasing division. If you could just help explain to me a little bit better. There's a section here for the continued lease of the warehouse, almost $1 million for year one, $943,000, and it drops to $475,000, and then funding to purchase a new warehouse building. So can you give me a better idea of, it seems like a lot of money. I don't know the size of this lease and the warehouse. What are we storing there? It says personal protective equipment. Do we have an excess of that? Do we still need it? Could that just be distributed to each department instead of housing it in a central location? And is the idea to get rid of this warehouse lease by purchasing a new building? Can you just kind of give a better description of that whole?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Kasama. Jack Robb for the record. During the pandemic, the governor's office requested a 6-month supply of PPE to be on hand. We still have a great deal of PPE on hand, personal protective equipment on hand, that we need to distribute out to local entities, hospitals, to other state agencies. So we need to wind that warehouse down, so we do still have quite a need. But as we get out of that, we do need to get another warehouse purchased. So it's two different functions we're trying to accomplish. So that's why you see it the way it's portrayed on the slide.
Okay, so it seems, what will be the new warehouse that you want to purchase? What will be stored there?
We can store some personal protective equipment. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Jack Robb for the record. We will store some personal protective equipment, supplies for other state agencies, surplus materials that come back that are going to go to auction, just general straight business.
Okay, it just seems like if we could disperse to the agencies the additional surplus of PPE, then we could reduce the amount of leased warehouse just to save tax dollars. But thank you for the clarification.
Thank you very much. I believe Senator Severs-Gansert, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was looking at the enterprise IT services portion, and there was a reference to the hybrid cloud software infrastructure. And so I just have a basic question. Are we using our own servers, our mainframes, or what do we have on the cloud? Did we ever transition to the cloud? So where are we as far as how we keep our data and information?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Severs-Gansert. Once again, this is Timothy Galuzzi for the record. Executive branch wide, it's a bit of a mixed, right? A lot of agencies are starting to go towards services, platform as a service, software as a service, COTS-based cloud solutions. So this enhancement really leverages the on-premise server environment that we have to really position it as the state's private cloud, Silver Cloud, and it adds the hybrid portion of this. Ensures that we can respond rapidly to agencies' requests for additional server space, more processing capabilities. An example that I like to use is an agency such as NDOW, when they have their website platform that for 9-10 months out of the year has a pretty base level worth of transactions, website hits, but then when they're in tag season, that usage goes up exponentially. Well, a hybrid cloud infrastructure would enable us to take an on-premise environment that would host those servers that would normally support that infrastructure. And then when the time comes to see that high peak of utilization, we could then transition it to a cloud environment that is really there for its elasticity, so it can rapidly expand or contract as the need arises. We do find that our on-premise infrastructure is a more economical solution for agencies, so we want to keep as many agencies as possible in the more economical platforms as possible within the state computing facility in the private cloud.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So this gives you additional capacity when you need it. So is how I just understood it, when you have sort of surges in uses. And is that available to all the agencies of the state? So you've got sort of this one solution that can flex, or do you still have to divide it up agency to agency?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Severs-Gansert, once again for the record, my name is Timothy Galuzzi. Yes, ma'am. The intent here is that this solution will provide this flexible capability to all executive branch agencies, especially those that are already using enterprise IT services platforms. And this allows us more management control and more automation to be able to promote on-premise servers into that cloud environment. It should also give us increased ability to manage the spend, and we'll have advanced reporting on the actual utilizations for those services that move up into the cloud.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a question from Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. And Director Robb, I frequently asked prior administration's representatives questions regarding the stored PPE and some of the stuff that we needed during the pandemic. And I had big concerns that we had 3 separate warehouses. We were legitimately, we didn't have what we needed at the start of the pandemic, but I had concerns regarding how much they were storing, how many months out the storage was, and now the issue of it's sitting there, you have a lot of stuff. I'm just curious about, along the same lines that Assemblywoman Kasama was asking, are we going through those warehouses? And I think we had 3, and maybe we don't have 3 anymore, because we needed some in Elko, we needed some in Northern Nevada, and in Southern Nevada because of the urgency and the critical nature of that equipment. There is a certain shelf life on this equipment. And, not only can mice get in it if people are breaking into these warehouses, but, they expire. And so I'm concerned that we have items sitting there, and along the same line of question that Assemblywoman Kasama had was, is this a time that we need that much storage? I believe we should have the capacity to respond when this virus mutates once again for the 1000th time. But I'm just wondering, has there been a new direction on exactly what we have, how many months do we have it, and kind of a new agenda or a plan to really manage this storage?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Titus, this has been an ongoing discussion in the last 3 weeks since I started my job. what we're finding is all the counties, all the hospitals, everybody's stocked up. So distributing this out is problematic. The shelf life is problematic. The cost of storage is problematic. We are going to do our best to get this distributed. We're working with corrections, DHHS and others to make sure they are not incurring cost and buying stuff that we currently hold. So we're working with every agency, with counties, with others, but all this PPE was purchased with federal dollars. So there's federal requirements of how we can get rid of it also. So we're working through all those processes, trying to get that inventory down to a point that we can manage it. But right now it's, like I said, everybody's stocked up, so it's not as easy to get rid of as it once was.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I'll just comment. We're in a better position than not having any, I will say that. So it's a nice position to be in, and I'm looking forward to your plan of action on that one. Thanks.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've already touched base on some of the softwares that you would like to have replaced and what they're going to be replaced with, but I was just asking, what are the other systems going to be replaced with, and what's the life expectancy of those new systems?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Gorlow, once again, Timothy Galuzzi, Enterprise IC Services Division Administrator for the record. Did you have any specific system or platform in mind that I could potentially answer on?
Sorry about that. I was looking at the replacement of the technology investment notification. You have touched base already on the cloud, it looks like, and was it the endpoint protection software? There were slides 16 through 18, so there was a couple of them. The firewall component you've talked on, the VPN, and the TIN. We'll go with those two.
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Gorlow, once again, Timothy Galuzzi, Division Administrator, Enterprise IT Services for the record. Generally speaking, for software and hardware replacements, they are on a schedule. These are items that have either reached their useful life and now they're being replaced. In one case with the mainframe enhancement that you see with E226, this is a platform that universally is becoming end of life and is becoming more and more difficult and more expensive to support. Generally speaking, our replacements are done in conjunction with our executive branch agency partners that use these services. The mainframe is a perfect example of that. We have a user community that they're each working on their own individual modernization efforts or transformation efforts to move off of that mainframe platform. And so this enhancement is us positioning ourselves to be able to be responsive to those efforts. When we talk about the endpoint protection software, what it's replacing has reached is reaching its end of useful life. With all hardware and software, there comes a point that the vendor community no longer provides patching, security updates, or maintenance and support for those items. And that's generally when you'll hear from us when we come back and say that, hey, it's time to replace this stuff.
Thank you. And I just had one other curiosity question. Hopefully it's quick. The Marlet Lake Master Plan, what is that?
Matthew Tuma, Deputy Director for the record, through the chair to the Assemblywoman. That is the completion of some permanent water rights changes to allow for the customers of Marlet Lake, as well as sort of look at some of the infrastructure and what our long-term planning for some of the infrastructure for that would be. It kind of got kicked off a few years ago and got put on hold. And this is requesting funding to finalize that program.
Thank you very much.
Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. I just have one quick question relative to the fleet management piece. I believe it's slide number 9. You denote here a replacement of 241 fleet service vehicles. And there was some significant supply and demand issues throughout the pandemic. I'm curious to know if we're seeing additional supply relative to demand, and then what is the associated cost of vehicle purchases as a result of the increased supply? And then secondarily, is there a plan or policy relative to the types of vehicles we purchase where possible for renewable energy, electric, hybrid, things like that?
Matthew Tuma, Deputy Director, through the chair to the Assemblywoman. So you're correct. There's been an incredible amount of volatility in the market. And so in years past, the vehicle replacement schedule or vehicle purchase schedule was really associated with specific vehicles, and that was not really tenable in this environment. And so we have much more sort of broad categories of vehicle types and vehicle ranges. These aren't associated with specific vehicles. It is 21 vehicles being requested to be replaced with the similar vehicle types that are within those ranges of what's available right now. We've had difficulty purchasing vehicles in this biennium. We hope that that will be freed up. These vehicles represent vehicles that meet the state administrative manual guidelines for replacement. So over 10 years old or certain vehicle mileage traveled requirements. We didn't replace any vehicles in the last biennium because of the austere budget that was proposed, and so this represents 2 biennium of replacements. Last biennium, we were only approved for new vehicle agency or new vehicles to meet agency requests. I think that answers the first part of your question. The second question about how we plan for the cost and how we plan for the vehicle types, the replacement vehicles represent budgets and vehicle expectations for cost to accommodate either EVs, internal combustion engines, or plug-in hybrids. And we plan to utilize whatever technology is available and whatever best meets the demands of the customers being served. We did go through a long-term cost study with these vehicle replacements that can be provided that shows over the lifetime of a vehicle, EVs and plug-in hybrids do show a lower cost over the lifetime, even if there is a higher upfront cost for most of these vehicle types. But that has to be met with making sure we have infrastructure and making sure that that vehicle meets the usage demands of the particular agency that's involved. These enhancement requests were presented to add or to provide maximum flexibility to provide whatever types are available and whatever types are required for each of those agencies.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Would you share that report when possible?
Absolutely. Matthew Tuma, for the record, through the chair to the Assemblywoman.
Thank you. Assemblyman O'Neill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had 2 questions, but Assemblywoman Garlow beat me to it. But I will ask another one. I was curious about on slide 16 to transfer the on-base contract from NSLPR to EATS. Could you explain that to me a little better, please?
Madam Chair, to you, to the Assemblyman O'Neill. Once again, Timothy Galuzzi, Division Administrator, Enterprise IT Services, for the record. The transfer of the on-base contract from the Nevada State Library and Public Records Division to Enterprise IT Services Division is in response to this platform, this service, this need that has kind of grown natively within the executive branch for document management, imaging, preservation, and workflows. It's kind of grown to the point where it needs to be managed at the enterprise level because there are so many executive branch agencies that are now utilizing this service. Our intent here is that with the bundling of the contract within Enterprise IT Services Division for this service, that we'll be able to leverage economies of scale and make the licenses cheaper for executive branch agencies as they're looking to invest in this technology and platform.
You hit on the last part, economy of scale. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Rob, thank you for being here, and to your team. And thanks for putting the faces with the names on the PowerPoint. That's very, very helpful later on in the session. I had a question about the Hearing and Appeals Division. You'd mentioned that there's an increased hearings and appeals, and you mentioned something about insurance companies. So my question was just if you could remind me again what kind of hearings and appeals we're talking about, and what exactly is the issue that is causing more hearings to happen. It sounded like something with delays at insurance companies, so I wanted to make sure I understood that.
Matthew Tuma, Deputy Director, for the record, through the chair to the Assemblyman. So the bulk of the hearings and the appeals that hearings and appeals hears are workers' compensation. They do receive some others, but the bulk of them are workers' compensation. And so what Director Rob was referring to is that they hear unlike most of administration's divisions, where most of our divisions are primary customers and people we interact with are other state agencies and providing internal services, hearings and appeals hears the workers' compensation cases for all employers within the state of Nevada. And so what Director Rob was referring to is that if a worker files a claim for a workers' compensation and they do not get a decision within 30 days, that's a de facto denial. And so it automatically goes over to the hearing side to be scheduled for a hearing and has contributed to a lot of their backlog. Works through the hearing side. If when they make a determination, then either party has the right to appeal that to the appeal side of hearings and appeals.
Thank you. And we have one final question from Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, and thank you very much for allowing me this. So Director Rob, thinking about what you had answered before, I thought about it a little bit more, and I'm not expecting this answer today, but if we could possibly get this, of the elimination of current open positions or even current other areas, how many are being considered to be outsourced or no longer employees of the state of Nevada? That is a concern. And so just wanted to know if there's been any discussion about that, about how many positions are being considered to be eliminated so that way they could possibly be outsourced to other outside companies.
Matthew Tuma, Deputy Director, for the record, through the chair to the Assemblywoman. So I think we're really in the early stages of determining what sort of services can potentially be outsourced and contracted out due to some of the vacancies and difficulties in recruiting. That's kind of ongoing. This represents sort of one step in this, as well as I think we're going through constant evaluations of what our operations are going to be looking like and what they're going to sort of be for the foreseeable future, including we've had some excitement in some executive order action over the last few weeks to really look at our practices and look at what we can be doing to maximize our efficiency, both with state employees as well as contracted employees.
Follow up? Thank you. And again, I realize that Director Rob, you've been here for 3 weeks, so it's a very quick turnaround. But if we could possibly get that information, because we want to make sure that our employees are being treated well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from our committee members, I'd like to thank you all for joining us here for this first conversation. We look forward to seeing you as we move on in the legislative session. So members have a closed presentation for that budget, and we will move on to our capital improvement program for 2023. And I believe we have here to present is the administrator and the deputy administrator, Mr. LaFleur. And it looks like a few more. Good morning and welcome. We're getting closer to getting on time. Thank you for your patience.
Good morning, members of the committee and chair. My name is Kent Lefevre. I serve as the Administrator of Public Works. Joined with me today is Director Robb, Kirsten Nally, Deputy Administrator of Public Works, and Brian Walker, who is our Chief of Planning. We are here to present a high-level overview of the Governor's recommended capital improvement program for this session. As noted 2 years ago by Chair Carlton, this presentation is a brief overview of CIPs, and a more in-depth presentation will be forthcoming in the following hearings. With that preamble, I would like to give you a brief overview of our presentation today. First, we will review our vision, mission, and philosophy, and then we will review the summary of agency requests, board recommendations, and governor's recommendations by department. We will discuss briefly the funding sources and the prioritization criteria. I will give a brief synopsis of the facility condition analysis group and their work. We will discuss major challenges and finally respond to any questions you may have. Our vision at Public Works is that state agencies will occupy exemplary facilities. And our mission is to provide well-planned, efficient, and safe facilities to state agencies so that they can effectively administer their programs. Our philosophy is that we work as a team, build consensus, take pride in our work, and serve with humility. Each April, on even-numbered years, the agencies are required to submit to their CIP requests to State Public Works Division. Last April, we received over 720 requests. Our staff works closely with the agencies to remove expired requests or duplicates and projects that may have already been done in previous sessions, or projects that are currently funded in the 19 or 21 CIPs. After this vetting process, our staff works closely with the agencies and helps them prepare for the presentation to our board. This pie chart gives an overall look at the CIPs that were presented to our board in August of 2022. As you can see, there were 394 projects totaling $1.7 billion in requests. Once the agencies have presented their projects to our board in the August hearing, the administrator makes a recommendation to the board by mid-September. The prioritization criteria acts as the guidepost for decision-making on which projects move forward. Once the board is in agreement with the recommendation, staff prepares the board recommendation. In informal discussions with the Treasurer's Office back in September, we were given a target range of bond availability. Last September, our target was $420 million. This sum, together with other money, led us to the $643 million recommendation. This pie chart shows the distribution of projects as recommended by our board to the governor on October 1st, 2022. This chart shows the distribution of projects for the governor's recommendation. As you can see, the total funding is significantly more than the 643 recommended by the board. Working with the governor's finance office and staff and the new administration, funding was added for the design and construction of 3 new state office buildings to house state employees. While these projects are anticipated to be assigned to the Department of Administration Buildings and Grounds section, they will serve a host of state agencies, which will be displaced by the consolidation of privately owned leases and aged-out office spaces. The governor's recommendation for the 2023 CIP, therefore, is 98 projects totaling $1.2 billion. Our funding sources come from several directions. For state funding, general obligation bonds, and also general fund. And for other funding, which includes highway dollars, federal grants, and agency dollars. Our board has approved the following criteria in evaluating and prioritizing projects submitted by agencies, and I would like to take a minute to go through that with you. First of all, we take a look at legal requirements, including American with Disabilities Act, court orders or legal requirements, life safety issues or code violations, and seismic upgrades. Next, we look at deferred maintenance, focusing on essential facilities, Nevada Highway Patrol, governance centers, statewide programs, and other facilities. Project continuations. These are projects that are funded in the 21 CIP and are now ready to move forward into the next phase of construction. And then new construction is required for state programs, historic renovations, and planning for future needs. This slide shows the funding by priority. We have also broken out the state and other money into separate categories for this illustration. The legal requirements total $22.2 million. Deferred maintenance totals $268 million. We watched this number closely because our board recommended a deferred maintenance target of $211 million. We have seen significant reductions on ongoing deferred maintenance over the past 3 biennia. We feel that we are within reach of a manageable target of ongoing maintenance in the coming years. The project continuations are $286 million, and new construction totaling $609 million, and advanced planning for future needs at $39 million. This slide illustrates the high-level view of where dollars are assigned for legal requirements. I would like to highlight Project SO6, the state program for indoor air quality. This program addresses environmental issues that are encountered throughout the biennia, including mold, asbestos, lead, and other sources of contamination. The next 6 slides speak to the multitude of maintenance projects that we propose to address this session. I'm going to highlight a few here, as I mentioned, and we will go into detail on these projects in the upcoming hearings. These slides are organized by category. For example, on this slide, M29 is the electrical service upgrade for the Southern Desert Correctional Center. This project is a standalone project, meaning that the budget will be for one scope of work. We also have another project I would like to point out to the committee, and that is MO2, which has 14 combined projects. In the 21 session, we were approved to try this approach, and we are here again to promote this project concept for the Health and Human Services Agency. This project acts like a statewide project in that we can complete priority 1 projects and then when project savings allow, we start working on priority 2 projects or emergent projects. This slide is a continuation of essential facility projects. I'll highlight M47, which was added by the governor's office in just the past few weeks. This project will address mechanical renovations to the Emergency Operations Center in Carson City. This is a slide for governance projects. I will highlight MO3. This project has 13 combined projects for the Department of Administration. And again, as I mentioned, it will behave like a statewide with priority 1 and priority 2 tiers. This is a slide of statewide projects. These projects also have priority 1 and priority 2 categories. When we complete one and there is savings, we move on to start working on priority 2 projects. Each individual project may contain several projects of the same type. For example, the statewide roofing program, SO1, has 13 priority 1 projects and 14 priority 2 projects. This slide is a list of other facilities. On this slide, I would like to highlight MO1. This project, the deferred maintenance for higher education, fulfills the statute requirement for HECS funds as described in NRS 463. And the acronym means higher education construction or special higher education construction. On this slide, I would like to highlight project M31. This project will replace 2 comfort stations at Sand Harbor State Park. Here's a list of project continuations. These projects were funded for the design or designed in the 2021 CIP and are now ready to move to the next step. I would like to highlight project CO6. This project is to provide a much-needed remodel to the Boulder City Veterans Home. This project will also add functional wings for beds and program space. The small house concept, utilized as a model widely throughout the country, is going to be implemented in this project. Federal programming dictates certain design criteria be met in order to qualify for the federal grant. New construction. I would like to talk about project CO1 briefly. This is the state mail room. This is the #1 priority for the Department of Administration. The current facility in Carson City is completely inadequate in size to keep up with the burgeoning volume of state mail. This was underscored by the COVID health emergency. New quarters for this division are needed to keep up with their expanding workload. Continuing on new construction, I would like to highlight C29. This project is for the design and construction of a new office building on the Grant Sawyer campus. As some of you will recall, last session, the CIP included the design and the remodel of the original Grant Sawyer office building. This design is still underway and scheduled to be completed in July of 2023. However, when the planning for the move out of state employees into lease space during construction was contemplated, a comprehensive analysis indicated rent for temporary relocation would be in excess of $33 million. With that number in mind, the governor's office decided that money would be better spent by investing in a new building for state employees. The result is C29. This project is for the design and construction of approximately 125,000 square foot office space and parking garage. Once complete, constitutional officers and other state employees would move into the new building. The construction of the Grant Sawyer remodel could then begin on a now vacant Grant Sawyer. Once complete, it will be new state-owned offices for our state employees. This slide is about advanced planning, and I would like to highlight project PO6. The advanced planning for a Southern Nevada forensics facility located at the West Charleston campus in Las Vegas. This project will design a much-needed and very overdue facility that, when completed, will provide 282 beds for forensics patients awaiting adjudication. This is a slide that illustrates our statewide progress to date on statewide programs. We have been hampered over the past 2 years because of COVID challenges in doing our work, namely in gaining access to facilities, travel to facilities, and the statewide hiring freeze in which we weren't able to have any staff do that work. However, in spite of all that, we have managed to get through those challenges and are on our way to completing this program for 2019. Now for the last few minutes, I'd like to talk about the Facility Condition Analysis Program. This section within Public Works spends time each year visiting facilities, preparing reports called FCAs, which is Facility Condition Assessments, coordinating with project managers to implement reports and findings for projects that are recommended in the CIP. Here is a statistics in brief on the FCA program. We have over 2,300 buildings in the state inventory, which include 10.1 million square feet. This figure does not, I should say that the estimated repair costs at $569 million is a figure that does not include design, project costs, or market escalation. It's simply a snapshot of when the survey was taken on what the replacement cost would be for a particular component. And so the FCA prioritizes repairs in the following manner. Priority 1, within the next 2 years, they recommend that these things should be done. Priority 2 and priority 3 for the total. And project repairs are usually taken by priority depending on the agency requests and the assessments from our project management group. The facility condition analysis surveyed buildings over the past biennia as follows. As you can see, we dipped down to 15 buildings July through December of 2021. And that was when we were experiencing the maximum lockdown, if you will, for COVID and weren't able to get into facilities due to the health risk. Our goal is to visit 300 buildings per year. Major challenges. We have been able to, under staffing, we have been able to recruit 5 individuals to our professional services group. And we're pretty excited about that because we went through the last biennial with about 11 vacancies. Hiring inspectors, however, continues to be a challenge. And then a word about supply chain. Our industry has been hit hard with supply chain issues. This affects products from structural steel to water pumps and everything in between. We have issued, we have issued some no-cost project extensions on a case-by-case basis. However, we've been able to work within the contracts and within the parameters of those contracts and with the contracting community for the successful completion of those projects. Competitive salaries, retaining skilled staff due to our pay scale and benefits remains a challenge when we are competing with other governmental entities across the state. Notwithstanding these challenges, Public Works is optimistic about the future, and we look forward to the implementation of this exciting capital improvement program. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have a question from Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. My question was, at the beginning you mentioned, I think it was 3 new state buildings. And my question is, are those planned yet? I mean, are they going to be purchased, or are they going to be built, or whichever opportunity is best?
Thank you for the question to the chair, to the senator. Those are 3 new state office buildings to be designed and constructed. So they currently are not designed, but we intend to design them and construct them once they're approved.
Chair,
And these,
follow-up question, if I may? Thank you, Chair. So once those are built, I would imagine that it sounds like we have leases in private-owned buildings. Is that correct? So that we're consolidating the workforce so that our leasing costs should go down when the new building is built. Would that be correct?
correct, Kent Lefevre for the record. So currently we hold leases in over 1 million square feet in southern Nevada and over 700,000 square feet here in northern Nevada. And so the 3 new office buildings will not capture all of that lease space, but it will capture about 350,000 square feet of it into 3 new buildings.
So possibly a savings to the state, consolidated. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question relative to some of the legal requirements for the prioritization criteria you note on slide 8. As we have a number of proposed new construction projects, the ADA in particular is more than 30 years old, and while it does include legal requirements, I'm curious to know if we as a state have considered or utilized focus groups to better enhance accessibility for people who are experiencing disability, low vision, mobility, deterrence. Is there any mechanism that we utilize internally in building new projects to enhance accessibility to our buildings for all of our constituents?
Thank you for the question. Kent Lefevre for the record, through the chair to Assemblywoman Brown-May. We adhere to the latest current standards for ADA accessibility, which have evolved over the past 20 years, including biometrics, sight, vision, hearing, and those kinds of disabilities. So our new buildings are built to that standard.
Thank you. Just one quick follow-up. Having had the opportunity to be engaged in some brand-new building construction for accessible populations, for building accessibility into that population, notwithstanding the ADA and all of the really good work that's been done there, currently we're finding throughout our constituency that those regulations are not meeting the needs of our populations today. And so I'm curious to know if you would consider going forward incorporating a focus group that would engage members of those communities as we consider what does a new drawing for a building look like, just as a way to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the population going forward.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to Assemblywoman Brown-May. Yes, we could certainly engage focus groups as we roll out these new buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on, I believe it was the new construction slides that you were mentioning, and I just wanted some clarity. I don't know if it was on this slide or the one before. You were saying that it didn't include design. Is that what you said?
Kent Lefevre for the record, through the chair to Senator Neal. I think if I understand your question, we were talking about the new buildings that the governor has put forth in his State of the State address. And to that point, I should say that we will be engaging in design and construction once approved. The designs for those buildings are not done yet.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so my next question is related to the supply chain issues that you mentioned and how that relates to the deferred maintenance projects. So if you didn't list everything, but you said, for example, water pumps, et cetera. So how does that affect your timeline for deferred maintenance projects when you don't have the materials?
Thank you for the question, Kent Lefevre, through the chair to Senator Neal. We take them at a case-by-case basis. For example, on the structural steel that I mentioned, we have to get in line basically for steel fabrication, which means that traditionally you would pay the contractor to do what we call shop drawings, and then you go to the mill and it gets fabricated. Well, because of the demand and the shorthandedness of getting those materials, we have to get in line just to do the shop drawings. So it does add a little more time to the procurement of these materials, some of them more than others. It just depends on what it is, and it seems like every day we get something new out of the blue that we can't get our hands on. But we continue to work with the contracting community, and so far we haven't had any interruptions that have stalled projects completely.
Madam Chair, can I have a quick follow-up? So thank you for that information. So you said it's going to increase the time, but it would also increase the cost. So are you able to, when you're in line, to get in line, right, lock down a price so that when you get to the front of the line, the price is the same of the original intent?
Yes, Kent Lefevre for the record, through the chair to Senator Neal. Yes, once we get in line, we lock the price in so that there aren't any additional escalations of material costs.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. On slide 22, you had mentioned that your goal is to visit 300 buildings a year of the more than 2,000 buildings. So I think that's an admirable goal. But I also am wondering, how often are those buildings are jails and or prisons? I remember just a few months ago there were some, I believe, some news reports about our jails and prisons. Are they visited on a yearly basis, or are they just part of the whole process? Or is that actually investigated by a different entity?
Brian Walker, for the record, through Madam Chair to Assemblywoman Anderson. We do also do inspections on those facilities. It's kind of a rolling effort as we go through state buildings, and we get to those usually about every 5 to 6 years. We'll get to a particular facility.
Thank you. So follow up, if I may. When was the last time you have inspected then? Or is there a way for us to get a date of when those state jails and or prisons have in fact been visited for an update information?
Brian Walker for the record. Yes, we can. We have those reports posted on our website, and so that information is available.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably have several questions, but can I make a statement first? Any chance next time you could blow these slides up, those they actually be read? Even on the screen, I can't read them, and I've got some heavy reading glasses here. But with that said, my two questions are, in the construction of the buildings, have we looked at the private-public partnerships and just running back like we did with the Bryant Building here in Carson City?
Kent Lefevre, for the record, through the chair to Assemblyman.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I can't see your name tag, I'm sorry. Yes, we have looked at that. We're exploring several delivery methods for those big projects.
Would that help in the delivery of them too, instead of going strictly by the government? When you say we're going to build them, I know that means we'll go out to contract, but would it help in the design and then the actual delivery where we take possession or move in?
There may be advantages to doing that. Like I say, we're still studying those options.
Oh, thank you. Oh. The other part, I noticed in here that you have a destruction of the Northern Nevada Children's Homes here in Carson City. What's planned after those are taken down? What are you going to do with that large expanse of state property that we have there?
Thank you for the question, Kent Lefevre, through the chair to the senator. We have a master plan that was just completed of the Capitol complex, which shows more state office buildings lining Roop and Stewart, and with a mall up the middle. So as time and finances facilitate, we will be moving state offices onto those properties.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I will thank you for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you as we move along in the legislative session. And members, if you look at your schedule, we had next up the state treasurer. However, we've been in communications with him. We are going to go ahead and take an extended break in our lunch. We will come back at 12:30. We will start with the state treasurer's presentation. And the Department of Taxation, if you're in the room or watching, know that we will get to you. It'll be about 15 minutes later. So instead of 12:30, about 12:45. So everyone enjoy your lunch. We do have food trucks out front. Please enjoy them. Members, your lunch will be served downstairs in room 2149.
Mic check. 1. Test 1 2. Check 1 2.
Okay, I'm a gavel in. I'm going to gavel in. Marilyn? Okay. We'll call the meeting back to order. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch, and I thank the treasurer for adjusting your schedule to accommodate us. So, welcome, and we are ready for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Monroe Moreno, Chairwoman Dondero Loop, and members of the committee. My name is Zach Conine, and I have the pleasure of being the 23rd State Treasurer of the great state of Nevada. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present to you the General Obligation Debt Capacity and Affordability Report for the 2023-2025 biennium. And like I said 2 years ago, my apologies for the high point of session coming this early in the process. I'm joined today by Jeff Landerfelt, our Deputy of Debt Management. Jeff ably joined the team about 2 years ago now and replaced a very long-standing debt deputy named Lori Chatwood. Jeff has done an amazing job, so thank you so much for welcoming him to the committee. In order for the state to issue general obligation bonds, two tests must be met. There must be capacity under the constitutional debt limit, and there must be sufficient affordability from the revenues of ad valorem property tax levy to pay for the bonds. And I think if you press the button, actually put it in slideshow mode. One forward. Good, perfect. Thank you. All right. As you see on the chart, currently the state has outstanding authorized but unissued bonding authority for certain general obligation bond programs, some of which are subject to the state's constitutional debt limit, and others, such as those that pertain to natural resources, are exempt from that limit. Subject to the constitutional debt limits are programs involving cultural centers and historic preservation, the 2019 AB 84 open space, and the 2021 capital improvement programs. Exempt programs include water systems grants, such as those under NRS 349 Spot 986, the Tahoe Environmental Program, or EIP, and the 2019 AB 84 open space. As you might remember, AB 84 passed in the 2019 legislative session, which contains multiple projects which vary in amounts. Some of those projects are subject to the constitutional debt limit, and some are exempt. The last row in the current chart reflects the current fiscal year assessed valuation as certified by the Department of Taxation on June 27, 2022, for all outstanding debt subject to the constitutional limitation as of January 1st, 2023. Please note the remaining constitutional debt capacity is $2.34 billion. So now that we've confirmed existing capacity, we move on to affordability, our ability to afford both existing and proposed debt service. This is a calculation our office completes based on a number of inputs. The chart on this page reflects the actual revenue received to pay the state's general obligation debt in fiscal years 2018 through 2022 and the projected amount for fiscal year 2023. Tax revenue projections for fiscal year 2023 through 2025 were determined in December of last year by a committee composed of representatives of the Department of Taxation, the Governor's Finance Office, our office, and fiscal staff of the Legislative Counsel Bureau. The estimates are based on the current property tax rate of 17 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. Moving on to the next page, we look at how we built the debt capacity and affordability report and the assumptions we make. Our assumptions include current federal law regarding tax-exempt bonds does not change during the biennium. Property tax revenue projections are consistent with December 22 projections for fiscal years 2023 through 25. Bless you. State's property tax levy continues to be 17 cents per $100 of assessed valuation and allocated at the 16.18 cents for the CIP and other non-AB 84 programs and 0.82 cents for AB 84. That's 0.0082, just in case we're following along. Net proceeds of minerals, which is revenue that we're able to use to pay back our general obligation bonds, is not included in the analysis due to the volatility of revenues and uncertainty of collection dates. That's standard. Given recent volatility in the bond market, and based on the advice of our municipal advisors, future borrowing costs are modeled at 5% for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, and 6% for 2026 and beyond. For perspective, the weighted average interest cost for the most recent issuance, which was in November, was 3.47%. Today, the average issuance rate for municipalities with a similar credit rating and scope of ours is around 3%. So again, these remain very, very conservative. The state is expected to maintain, and these projections assume that we maintain our current record-breaking credit ratings of AA+ from S&P and Fitch and AA1 from Moody's, respectively, throughout the issuance of all proposed bonds. Reserves maintained in the Consolidated Bond Interest and Redemption Fund, or if you will, BIRF, remain equal to at least 50% of the following year's debt service as of June 30th each year, which is a large component of our credit rating. Moving on to future bonding affordability and our conclusion. The chart on page 7 of the report outlines the results of the affordability analysis for the 2023-2025 biennium, which indicates the state bonding authority for all capital programs paid with property tax at approximately $850 million. $850 million is a real big number. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Additionally, the Appendix A in the affordability report projects $1.2 billion of affordability for the 3 subsequent biennia through fiscal year 2031. Please note that future biennia are largely dependent on actual property tax revenue growth as compared to estimates. However, a substantial amount of the state's debt is maturing over the next several years. About 57% of state's debt matures within the next 5 years, and 80% matures within the next 10 years. As a general rule of thumb, the bonds we issue are 20-year bonds. That talks to some of the front loading of that. Based on current assumptions for property tax revenue growth and bond issuances, the bond fund, or BIRF, is expected to exceed the state's policy of maintaining a reserve balance on June 30th each fiscal year equal to at least 50% of the next fiscal year's debt service. As shown on the Appendix A, the reserve is projected to exceed 100% of next year's debt service for the foreseeable future based on proposed bonding amounts. Again, that means we have all of next year's interest payments already in the reserve fund, right? So we have more than 1 times coverage in that. Obviously, the actual amount of the reserve balance will depend on tax revenue growth, bond interest rates, and amortization periods as compared to estimates. 2 things we wanted to call specific attention to on this report. 1, this is the largest amount of affordability the Treasury has ever been able to provide the governor and the legislature in the history of Nevada. $850 million is a result of our record credit rating, strong fiscal management, and all the work you all did to make sure that we made the hard decisions during the pandemic. Thank you. Number 2, for the first time that we can find, the Treasury's General Obligation Debt Capacity and Affordability report includes affordability not found in the governor's recommended budget. Specifically, we included $20 million more in open space affordability, $13 million for the Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program, and $3 million for the historic preservation. As the state's chief investment officer, we spend each and every day thinking about the most effective ways to invest in creating additional opportunity for future Nevadans. No investment strategy could be complete without protecting and preserving our vital natural resources. This additional affordability will provide the legislature the opportunity to continue this critical work, and we deeply hope you will. Since 2012, refinancing activity has saved the state $157 million in foregone debt service, with $83 million of those savings accruing to debt service paid from property tax. The Treasurer's Office will continue to assess refunding and restructuring opportunities, as well as evaluate efficiencies regarding the state's debt obligations. With that, Madam Chair, we'll conclude our presentation and happy to answer any of the multitude of questions we expect.
The first question, did you take a speed talking class?
Well, ma'am, if time is money, we currently have a lot of money.
I got it. Great answer. Thank you for the presentations. I always appreciate your presentations, and especially when we have lots of money. Members, any questions? Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the report. So I'm just going through it now, but one of the questions is the $100 million projects, the legislative, the LCB. I just saw that. So is that money being spent on this building and then Grant Sawyer, or what is that, the $100 million?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, and I always get this wrong, I apologize, through you, Madam Chair, to the Senator. So for the first time, and thanks to Brenda Erdos and the rest of your team for this, we've been able to have a conversation about whether or not legislative capital improvement projects should be bonded for, as opposed to simply cash paid using a one-time appropriation. The $100 million specifically is for the Southern Nevada legislative building that is being proposed, but because we were able to do that through affordability as opposed to a one-time, that creates, of course, $100 million more in general fund revenue that could be used for programs around the state.
Okay, and so this is outside the governor's budget right now, that 100 million, is that what I just heard?
I believe that's the case, but I think that was more of a question of timing than intent.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And then what are the current rates, if you were to issue debt today, what's our average rate on bonds that we currently have out? And then what's the current rate if we were to issue new bonds?
Average rate on bonds that we have out, I'll turn over to our Deputy Treasurer who might know offhand, but we might want to follow up. It's a combination both of the yield paid, the coupon on the bonds, but also premium that we might accept or pay at the time in order to get to a coupon rate amenable to the purchaser. So it's not a direct yield. But if we were to issue bonds today, they'd come in somewhere around 2.9 to 3.05% of total interest cost.
Yep. For the record, Jeff Landerfeld, Deputy Treasurer, Debt Management, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Ganser. The current weighted average outstanding interest rate is 2.56. And those are all fixed rates, so they're not going to vary or fluctuate with the volatility in the market.
Thank you. And then do we typically issue 20-year or 30-year bonds? I don't remember.
We typically issue 20, although in our last issuance, 3 of the series were 5 years or less. But normally, yes, 20-year.
Okay, and then it's my understanding the governor's budget, it's trying to match bond duration to the investments that we're making. So we are going to pay for some things out of cash that are really short-term capital improvements. Is that your understanding as well?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, absolutely, and we commend those efforts. I think it certainly does not make sense for us to be paying for something longer than the actual thing is going to last.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to find the bill, but last session, wasn't there a bill that allowed you to do foreign investment or a certain kind of investment that wasn't necessarily in this state?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, last session, or perhaps the session before, I apologize, they blend together, but at some point, the investments team was able to make investments in supranaturals, so U.S. denominated fixed income instruments for companies based in other countries, like, say, Nestle, right, which trades in U.S. dollars, but is not based inside the country. Yes.
So is that report online of the foreign companies?
Treasurer Conine, for the record, certainly our holdings are available, not in real time for obvious investment reasons, but we can certainly provide a list of what we hold. I'm not familiar with any supernaturals that we hold right now, but we do have the ability to buy them.
Okay, because I just remembered that there was, the bill moved, but there were some additional adjustments on the timeline on how long it could stay out. And so I wanted to get that further information and backup on that particular bill. I can't find the number, though. But I know it was 21 because it didn't pass in 2019.
Treasurer Conine, for the record, we can certainly provide any information relating to that.
Okay, thanks.
Of course.
Well, thank you, Treasurer Conine and staff, for the presentation. And we appreciate, again, your working with us on changing around the schedule and moving your schedule to accommodate us. So thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, this presentation comes to a conclusion. Thank you. And I know that the Department of Taxation was next up on our agenda. We may have moved a little faster than they thought we would. But that's okay, Treasurer, it's okay. So we will take a short break while we await their arrival. Okay, well, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you, members. We're going to call the meeting back to order. We have the Department of Taxation with us. Thank you so much for your patience with us. This will be our last presentation for the day. We truly do appreciate your adjustments for us. So whenever you all are ready to start, we are ready to listen to your presentation.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Shelley Hughes. I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada Department of Taxation. Thank you for allowing us to present an overview of the department and our biennial budget today. With me, I have members from my department, the executive team, who are available to assist me in answering certain questions and who may appear on behalf of the department during session. I will begin the presentation today by giving some information about the department, and then I'll move on to the department's budget requests. As an overview of the department's operations, we perform a variety of functions, including administering 21 different tax types, including 3 fees. We appraise property, we establish guidelines for local governments, we ensure compliance with those guidelines, and we review local government budgets.
Ms. Hughes, may I interrupt you just for a second? Could you move your mic just a little closer? I know you have it on, but a few members. Thank you.
You're welcome. Can you hear me better now? Sorry about that. So we ensure compliance with the guidelines, and we review local government budgets and certify annual populations. Additionally, the department is one of the main revenue collecting agencies in the state, and we collect over 70% of the total unrestricted general fund revenue. In addition to the state general fund, the department also distributes revenue to other sources, including the state education fund, the local governments, and then in fiscal year 2022, we collected and distributed over $9.5 billion in state and local government revenue. This is an increase of over $1.6 billion from fiscal year 2021. The Department of Taxation is comprised of 6 divisions and serves as staff to 5 boards and commissions. We currently have 413 positions within these 6 divisions. This is the department's organizational chart. As mentioned, the Nevada Tax Commission is head of the department. We have 2 administrative law judges who overhear taxpayer appeals. And this chart also lists our deputies in various positions within the executive division. This slide demonstrates how much revenue we received in fiscal year 22 from each tax type we administer. As you can see from this chart, of the $9.5 billion in revenue collected during fiscal year 22, sales and use tax collections made up $6.6 billion, or 69.4% of the $9.5 billion collected. This slide also demonstrates our distributions for fiscal year 22. The state general fund receives 40% of our total distributions, or approximately $3.9 billion. Local governments receive 33.5%, or approximately $3.2 billion. And the state education fund gets 24.6%, or approximately $2.3 billion. Despite the many challenges the department faced in light of COVID, our amazing executive team and staff pulled together and had several great achievements. We included some of those achievements on this slide. You can see from the list here that we established an online appointment system for our taxpayers, and we consolidated our Southern Nevada offices. After the Supreme Court directed the department to issue MBT refunds, we developed a plan to issue those refunds and have successfully completed that project. Several bills from the 81st legislative session impacted the department, and we have successfully implemented them all, including SB 389, AB 495, and Senate Bill 440. We also completed the first phase of our modernization project, which included hiring a project manager and an organizational change manager. At the beginning of the last legislative session, the department's executive team developed a strategic plan which included the department's goals listed on this slide. Our strategic plan is available on our website for your review. In our strategic plan, you will find our goals with specific action steps, measurements, and benefits. We have aligned these goals with our biennial budget requests. Though I won't read these goals in their entirety, I will briefly summarize them. Goal 1 is to provide uniformity and increase accessibility for our taxpayers on tax laws, policies, and procedures. Goal 2 is to provide education and communication to our taxpayers. Goal 3 is to provide timely, relevant, and accurate reporting. Goal 4 is to attract and retain and engage an empowered workforce. Goal 5 is to create a modern digital workplace. And Goal 6 is to reduce IT backlog and increase efficiencies. As mentioned, the department has had many accomplishments and achievements in fiscal year 21 and 22, but we still face many challenges. Our budget request provides solutions to these challenges. I will briefly go through these challenges. The department, like many other Nevada state agencies, has issues recruiting and retaining employees. We also have a difficult time providing necessary resources, including a safe, comfortable building for our staff. Moreover, because we lack years behind in technology, we are not able to provide certain resources to our staff, taxpayers, and stakeholders. In particular, our current tax system is severely outdated, and we struggle to maintain that system so that it functions correctly. Because our system is outdated, we rely heavily on manual processes, which give rise to human error. We lack training funds to make sure our staff is appropriately trained. The training funds we do receive are used by staff that are statutorily required to have annual training to retain their licensure. Another challenge we have is tax compliance. While many taxpayers strive to be compliant, we still have a large tax gap, which is the difference between what taxpayers owe and what they voluntarily pay. And with the rise of cybersecurity threats, we always have a significant risk to our outdated tax system. Finally, the amount of vape seizures that occurred as a result of the passage of SB 263 in 2019 was not anticipated, so we lack the funding to store and destroy vape contraband. This slide provides the department's resources and expenditures for fiscal year 22. We received approximately $39 million in fiscal year 22 for department operations. Approximately $33.4 million, or 85.7%, was received from the state general fund. Our highest expenditure was personnel at $26 million, or 66% of total expenditures. Moving on to our budgetary request. Each one of these requests we submitted will help the department achieve its goals and modernize its services to help provide greater customer service to the state, taxpayers, and our employees. Senate Bill 263 from the 2019 legislative session required vape sellers to be registered with the department and imposed an excise tax upon vape products. If the department discovers that an unlicensed seller is in possession of vape product, statute requires that the department seize that product. If the seizure is appealed, the department is required to store that seized product until a decision is rendered. If the seizure is upheld as proper, the department must dispose of these products. When the bill became effective in 2020, our investigators discovered huge quantities of illegal vape products and began to seize the contraband. At that time, the department learned that federal regulations determine that vape products are hazardous, and this makes the products costly to destroy. EPA regulations require the destruction of acutely hazardous waste to be done using a properly permitted business and only at properly permitted destruction sites. To comply both with federal regulations and state law, this request is to obtain funding to properly store, transport, and destroy hazardous material that is seized. Historically, we've gone before IFC and have submitted various work programs to obtain funding to store, transport, and destroy these products, but now we find it necessary to request funding as this will be an ongoing cost. This request funds one new premium fleet service monthly vehicle rental, rental of a secure storage from the Department of Administration to properly store the seized product until it can be destroyed, and a contract with a proper licensed business to destroy the product. This request provides funding for commissioner travel for quarterly in-person Nevada Tax Commission meetings. Most statewide boards and commissions are funded for several in-person meetings throughout the year, in particular those who perform quasi-judicial functions. Prior to the pandemic, the commission traveled for in-person meetings. However, due to COVID, the commission meetings were held remotely and were no longer held in person. As a result, travel was no longer necessary. Now, with many pandemic restrictions being lifted, the Nevada Tax Commission desires to return to in-person meetings, at least quarterly, to better assess witness credibility, evaluate hearing evidence, deliberate with colleagues, and render important decisions. We will now move on to our one-shot appropriation requests. Our first priority request provides funding for the development of a new and improved website platform. Our current website is not user-friendly, and the platform has limited capability. We are unable to make information readily available to our taxpayers, and our taxpayers must search to find relevant tax forms and answers to their tax questions. We also do not have the ability to accept forms or waivers through the website. Many of the website links are broken, and we are unable to archive many of our outdated documents. A new website would enable the department to modernize our services and provide better customer service to our taxpayers. Our second priority request funds attendance to a technology conference for our information security officer. The conference provides training and information in the latest in information security research, development, and trends. This training will keep our information security officer up to date with cybersecurity threats and provide solutions to improve security for our tax systems. Our third priority request will fund a feasibility study and request for proposal for a sales tax accelerated real-time system. An up-and-coming technological advancement in the sales tax world is a sales tax accelerated real-time system. This system allows for a real-time transfer of taxes from the retailer directly to the department, promoting prompt retailer remittance and increasing department collections. Point-of-sale systems would deposit sales tax directly into the state's account and bypass the taxpayer's bank account altogether. Many states are currently looking into implementing a real-time collection system, with Massachusetts taking the lead. However, no state has fully implemented a system just yet. As a result, there are many unknowns with implementing such a system. We know that the sales tax accelerated real-time system could reduce costly calculation errors, manual posting, delinquencies, and prevent the inadvertent use of state money for other expenses. The service could be useful for businesses that desire to lessen the burden of making the lump sum payment every reporting period. Nevada's tax system could maintain the desirable voluntary compliance aspect while moving forward in real-time technological advances to benefit small businesses and other businesses looking for ways to be compliant without the burden and risk of self-reporting. A sales tax accelerated real system could help the department to further close the tax gap and will allow tax revenue to be received sooner, resulting in the quicker receipt of funding for state programs. Since this type of system could provide many benefits for the state and the taxpayer, we are requesting funding for a feasibility study to be conducted to consider all the critical aspects of a proposed sales tax accelerated real-time system in order to determine the likelihood of it succeeding. The funds would be used to pay for a vendor to write the request for proposal. Our fourth priority request is for a new cash count machine to be located in the Las Vegas office. Many of our taxpayers who remit cannabis taxes pay their taxes in the form of cash. A new machine is needed to ensure there are no delays to customers in offering cash count appointments. The original machines were purchased on December 15th, 2017, and currently the Las Vegas office has approximately 45 cash counts per month. One of the machines is continuously jamming, causing inefficiencies and an increase in workload. It is necessary to have two machines that work in case of a heavy count day and one machine becomes inoperable. Our fifth priority request is for an organization change management training program for our organizational change manager. Change management training will provide development opportunities for the department's change manager, including train the trainer programs, establishment of change impacts to accelerate adoption of change practices, maximizing change management outcomes, and building and defining the value of change management for the department. Our next 4 requests are equipment replacement requests. Priority 6 requests funds for a replacement computer hardware and associated software per Enterprise Information Technology Services recommended replacement schedule. Our current inventory includes CARES Act laptops that were purchased in 2020, and they will reach end of life in fiscal year 25. According to the replacement schedule, we will need to replace 50 computers in fiscal year 24 and 182 computers in fiscal year 25 for a total of 232 computers for the biennium. Priority 7 requests funds for replacement of an uninterruptible power supply, or UPS, equipment that has exceeded its useful life. The UPS provides power protection for our IT equipment. Our 8th priority request is for funds to replace the current Integrated Data Protection Appliance, or IDPA, backup solution. It will reach its end of life in fiscal year 2025. The IDPA backs up all the Department of Taxation's virtual servers hosted on the department-owned equipment to primary and secondary locations for disaster recovery and business continuity purposes. Our 9th priority request is for funding to purchase Windows 11 Pro upgrade licenses for all agency laptops and desktop computers. The Windows 10 operating system is scheduled to reach end of life on October 14th, 2025. In order to stay in compliance with state security standards, all Windows 10 computers will need to be upgraded to Windows 11 before October 14th, 2025. If the department waits to request funding until the 2025 legislative session, the department will have less than 4 months to complete the upgrade of all computers from Windows 10 to Windows 11. State-owned enterprise licenses are not eligible for the free Windows 11 upgrades. Therefore, the department needs to plan for the purchase of Windows 11 licenses for all department laptops and desktop computers that are not scheduled to be replaced in the 2023 to 2025 biennium. This request provides funding for our Informational Technology Division to contract with a consultant to help work on Operation Backlog. The department's IT division maintains a backlog of items that need to be addressed for our tax system to function. Each backlog item requires programming changes, IT infrastructure changes, or security fixes. Every odd year, legislation brings changes to our tax statutes, and these changes must be implemented in a timely manner. To implement these changes, IT must place many projects on hold, which causes the backlog to steadily increase, and we are unable to timely address those backlogs. Our 11th priority request is for funding to relocate the Carson City office to better suit the needs of the department, staff, and the public. We've had numerous issues with our current building, ranging from HVAC, plumbing, and structural problems. For example, we have significant temperature variations throughout the building, plumbing issues causing water and sewage flooding into high-traffic areas, and structural issues such as leaks in our ceiling. These issues make additional work for department staff. They create an uncomfortable work environment and potentially hazardous working conditions and compromise our records, and our equipment. So that completes our one-shot appropriation requests, and we'll now move on to just a modernization project update. There are 2 parts of our modernization project. The first is our document imaging project. This project updates and enhances the department's current document imaging solution with a modern cloud-based imaging system. We are currently implementing this system, and it's scheduled for completion by June 30th, 2023. The second part of our modernization project is the replacement of the department's current unified tax system with a commercial off-the-shelf integrated tax system. This is a multi-year project consisting of 5 major phases. We have completed phase 1 of the project and are currently implementing phase 2, which is RFP development and vendor selection. The project has received authorization for $42 million in ARPA funding for fiscal year '24 and fiscal year '25. The project is expected to take 3 years to fully implement all tax types after vendor onboarding, which is anticipated in fiscal year '24. Here is our contact information. This slide provides our website address, call center number, and contact information for each of our 3 offices. In conclusion, our budget requests will help us reach our goals and modernize our tax services. The benefits of modernizing tax services will allow the department to better serve taxpayers, collect more tax revenue, decrease operating costs, improve audit efficiency, and retain staff. Taxpayers will also see the benefits such as simplified compliance, fewer tax errors, and easier access to relevant information. And the state will receive additional revenue to use for valuable state services. I thank you for your time today, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate it. And we do have a few questions. We're going to start with Assemblywoman Hodeggy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just had a couple quick questions. First, on the closure of the Henderson and Las Vegas office and merging those 2 into 1 office, do you know, is that going to result in any eliminations of positions?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Hodeggy. Shelley Hughes for the record. No, that will not result in any elimination of positions.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed that under the boards and commissions that you staff, that you also staff the Mining Oversight and Accountability Commission. It was my understanding that was an inactive commission. When was the last time that was staffed?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Hodeggy, Shelley Hughes for the record. MOAC became fully staffed last fiscal year through Governor Sisolak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And next we'll have Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions I was looking at slide 8, and you were talking about agency challenges, and one of those being recruiting and retaining an engaged workforce, which of course is a challenge for all of our agencies. I just wondered if you knew off the top of your head what the vacancy rate is currently at the Department of Taxation.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Yeager. Shelley Hughes for the record. Yes, the vacancy rate is, we have 89 vacant positions currently, which is approximately 21%.
Thank you. Could I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair? And so I wanted to ask as well, and the answer might be different now than it was before the pandemic, but do you have any employees that currently work remotely, or is everyone in person? And if that's different now than it was before the pandemic, if you could shed some light on that, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Yeager. Shelley Hughes for the record. We do currently have some employees that are on a hybrid work schedule. Prior to the pandemic, our auditors did work 100% from home. But after the pandemic, we did allow certain positions that had that ability to work a hybrid schedule. I don't have the actual numbers for you to tell you how many employees are currently working from home, but it is less than 50% of our staff.
And Madam Chair, could I just ask a clarifying? You had said before the pandemic, I think you said your auditors were 100% working from home. Did you mean working in the office, or were they at home before the pandemic?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Yeager. Shelley Hughes for the record, 100% working from home.
Okay, so then, if I could, Madam Chair, so after the pandemic then, some of those employees changed to hybrid where they were partly at home and partly in the office, is that right? Or
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Yeager, Shelley Hughes for the record. No, you may have misunderstood me.
I think I did.
Yes. So our auditors still continually work 100% from home.
Okay, great, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on Speaker Yeager's questions on vacancies, prior to COVID and the downturn we've had in employment with the state, do you know what your vacancy rate, average vacancy rate was? Approximately?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman O'Neill. Approximately, we believe it's 10%. We could get back to you to confirm with that number.
So it's doubled with everything. The other question, you were looking to move from your office in Carson. Will you be staying in Carson, or are you planning on merging your Carson-Reno office?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman O'Neill, Shelley Hughes for the record, we would have to stay in Carson. Statute requires that we maintain an office in Carson City.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I also had a question from slide number 8. When you talk about closing the tax gap, is this from the self-reported tax, or is this based upon the findings from compliance officers and investigators, or is it a mixture of the two?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Anderson, Shelley Hughes for the record. I think this would be in a combination of both.
Follow up, if I may. How many compliance and investigators are currently employed, and is that possibly some of those 89 vacant positions, which is possibly creating that tax gap?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Anderson, Shelley Hughes for the record. We do currently, we are authorized to have 5 compliance investigators. We currently have 3 of those positions filled.
Thank you. And then I do have a question in a different area, if I may, Chair. Slide 11, you speak about the hazardous waste materials and went into some detail regarding the vaping. Is there any sort of money that we've received from the Juul settlement that could possibly help with that? Or is that, again, a one-time shot and so has already been utilized? Or is there discussion with the Attorney General's office as to how to utilize that money in that way?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Anderson, Shelley Hughes for the record. We have not seen any Juul settlement funds, but we can possibly have that discussion with the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. I'll follow up with them as well with that. Thank you very much.
Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. Also, slide 11, so it seems to be a popular subject here. You said there was trouble in finding companies to destroy the product, and that's one reason we have the storage issues. And I don't normally advocate for government to take over what private companies can do, but is this a case where possibly we could train employees of the state to do this? I don't know what is involved, but if we can't find people to do it and we're incurring costs for that, is that something possibly to look at?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Kasama, Shelley Hughes for the record. We haven't considered that. That might be something worth exploring. I do know EPA regulations are very strict.
Correct. Yeah, it's evaluating the cost, but just a thought. And then is there any time limit to destroying these? I know here we have trouble finding a company, but is there any time limits? I didn't hear anything about that.
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Kasama, Shelley Hughes for the record. The only time limit that we have on these is to hold them for our appeals process. We cannot destroy them until a decision has been rendered.
Is there a deadline on the appeals process?
There currently is not a deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblyman Miller. I have a long list.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for the question. For the presentation. I have a couple of questions here relating to the vaping and the hazardous waste. My first question is, do you all do immediate on-site seizures in other instances?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Miller. Shelley Hughes for the record. We do seize liquor and we do seize other tobacco products in addition to the vape products.
Okay, thank you. May I continue? Okay. So when you all do that, do you, is it just your agents that collect it, or do you have law enforcement with you, or how does that work?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Miller, Shelley Hughes for the record. It depends on the size of the seizure. Sometimes we do have law enforcement with us during that process. Other times it is just our investigators.
Okay, good deal. And then, so what are you doing now with, you mentioned that it's a storage problem and a transportation problem and destruction problem. what are we doing now?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Miller, Shelley Hughes for the record. Currently, right now, we do have a location in the north. Actually, we have two locations in the north. And any seizures that we have in the south, we have to transport them down to our northern storage locations. We have not been able to secure any storage locations in the south.
Okay, and then that might lead to help me understand with the addition of one new premium fleet services vehicle. Is that particularly for the transportation, or is it to help you continue with, as you investigate and need to seize?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Miller, Shelley Hughes for the record. I think it would be used for both, primarily to seize the product and then transport it to the storage location and also to the destruction location.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to stay on that slide as well. It is extremely popular. First of all, congratulations on the amount that you've seizured. That seems, just by your storage fees, substantial, that you guys have done a great job. So thank you for that, because it has been a huge problem, not only in this state, but throughout the country. And so a couple of things that kind of came up. One was the appeals timeframe. I think you stated that there is no limit to when they can appeal. So if there's no limit, how are we destroying the products? And so that would be my first question, and then my follow-up question would be: are there any fines that are being placed on the businesses that could help offset this $347,000 a year? Just like I said, you guys done a great job. It's just costing the state a lot of money now.
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Hafen, Shelley Hughes for the record. You've asked some great questions. I did misspeak because a business has 30 days to appeal the process. What I was referring to was the appeals process in general. So from the time it gets to a hearing to when a decision is made, we don't really have a definite time period for that. And to your question about fines, there is fines in statute that we can assess for possessing illegal contraband. However, we have considered bringing forth a BDR to pay for the cost of these seizures, but we'll see how that will go during this session.
Senator Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions. So the first was the upgrade to the Microsoft 11. Does that include like Office 365? Does everything get, do you have to pay for those separately, or does the money allocated take care of basically your upgrade to the new operating system as well as your technology needs?
Madam Chair, may I have my IT deputy speak to that? Thank you.
Joe Bernardi, Deputy Director, IT for the Department of Taxation. Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Ganser. To answer your question, Office 365 is through EATS. We pay them, they host all that. We pay them through the regular EATS funding. The operating system, Windows 11, is separate for each individual laptop or desktop.
Okay, thank you. And then when I was looking at your system modernization, I had a good meeting with our new Secretary of State, Cisco Aguilar, the other day, and he's looking to replace the Silver Flume system with something that is much more comprehensive. And I wasn't sure whether you were working with him, so we could do sort of a one-stop so that someone could get licensed, they could look at their unemployment insurance tax, they could do, other MBT and other taxes pay. If you're looking to work with them and collaborate so that system would be one versus a separate tax system and a Secretary of State system and so forth.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Gansert, we have not been working with the Secretary of State, but we'd be more than happy to contact them and see what we can do there.
Thank you. My thought is for taxpayers and businesses in our state, if streamlining the systems and making everything readily available at one site would be helpful. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Senator Neal, and then we'll go back to Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on slide 23 on the unified tax system modernization. So I know you discussed briefly about the project, but when we think about the different tax types that you capture, are there any expected delays in a certain tax type while you're going through the process? And when I say that, meaning in their payments, because there's so many ways that people pay, right? It's either quarterly, and then sometimes it's, has to be done at a certain cycle in the year. And so do you expect any delays more so within a certain tax type?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal, I do not think we expect any delays. We intend to take our tax types in 3 phases of implementation. So we will implement certain tax types in our first phase and have them fully implemented, so that when the payments made, those tax types there should be no delay at all. They should go directly into our new system. But they will be done in 3 different phases in 3 different years.
Okay, and just a second question, can you talk just a real brief about the non-compliance with the sales tax holiday piece, so that coming into this 23 session, everybody is kind of on the same page about what happened there with that bill?
Yes. Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal, Shelley Hughes for the record. Nevada is a member of Streamlined Sales Tax, and last session, a sales tax holiday for the National Guard that occurs during the Nevada Day weekend was passed. We were found to be in violation with Streamline for a variety of reasons. So this session, we are bringing back a bill that will hopefully cure those violations and bring us back into compliance with Streamline. Originally, the bill required that the department issue a letter of exemption to the National Guard members, and they produce that letter of exemption to vendors when they buy their product. The vendors would not charge them sales tax on that transaction. However, it tends to be quite burdensome, especially for those online tax retailers, to verify that the exemption is a valid exemption. So the bill that we are anticipating bringing back we would still issue that letter of exemption. However, during that sales tax holiday, the National Guard member would pay the sales tax, but would bring the receipt to the department, and we would issue that refund.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members, Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. Just curious on the Carson City building, is that currently owned by the state or is it leased?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Kasama, Shelley Hughes for the record, our building is currently leased.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Miller, and then Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you. I have another question here about, from page 16, about the cash count machines. So you mentioned that they are jamming and causing issues. So when they jam, are they destroying cash or bills? If so, how big of an impact is that? And then who becomes responsible? How do you rectify that dollar amount? And if there's ever an instance where the bank or whoever doesn't honor it, who takes the shortfall, the businesses or the state?
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Miller, Shelley Hughes for the record. We haven't damaged any money to my knowledge. So that is a good question. I'm not sure if my ASO knows the answer to the rest of your question, but we haven't had to come up with a response for that yet.
Well, thank you. I imagine that if it hasn't happened yet, then we probably don't have the end part of that question, but it may be something we should think about in the event that it does happen. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman O'Neill?
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, on the veterans' tax relief, their holiday, you said the veteran will bring it in? I assume you'll also have other methodologies, either by mail or online, to do that?
Madam Chair, excuse me.
I just wanted to clarify that, having worked with the veterans, and I know some of them, it will be a challenge to physically come in to you.
Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman O'Neill, Shelley Hughes for the record. Yes, we probably would have a variety of ways that the National Guard member could bring in their receipt.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also had a question about the cash machines. Are you aware of what their expected end of life would have been? I noted you bought them in 2017, so that's only about 5-6 years. Is that within their expected end of life, or are we cutting that a little short?
Okay. Madam Chair, through you to Senator Harris, Shelley Hughes for the record. I was told that we're not sure what the end of life is, but we do have warranty or maintenance on a maintenance contract on that, but it expired after 5 years. So.
And can I ask just one more quick follow-up? Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is to buy machines that will not jam in 5 years, right? I mean, are we just going to replace them with the same model? Because, maybe we don't want to do that. How do we ensure that these machines will last?
Madam Chair, can I have my ISO?
Okay, Joy Grimmer for the record, Department of Taxation, ASO. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Senator. So we had, I believe that the maintenance on these machines was actually for 3 years, and the last 2 years we've been out of maintenance. We had a total of 3 machines prior. One of them actually broke completely, so we have one that is the main and one is a backup. So this would enable us to then take the more reliable one that does not jam and move it and get rid of the one that does jam. So we would have one good one and one backup. We are looking at a different model and actually through a different vendor than who we purchased them from before. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. And maybe we need a longer warranty period as well? No, thank you.
Members, any other questions for the presenters? I am not seeing any. Okay. Was there something else that you guys wanted to add? No? Okay.
Did you want me to add the
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, unless you... She has a look on her face that she just wants to give another comment, and it's okay, you can do it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies for the interruption. I just wanted to clarify Assemblyman O'Neill's comment about the sales tax holiday applying to veterans. As currently written, it applies to members of the National Guard and their family members, not all veterans.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate that. Okay, members, I see no other questions for these presenters, so thank you so much for the presentation. And again, thank you so much for your patience with delaying just a little bit today.
Thank you very much.
I look forward to seeing you later in the session. All right, members, that was our last presentation for the day, and that brings us up to our last item on the agenda, which is public comment. If there is anyone here in the audience in Carson City that'd like to give public comment, I invite you to the table and ask that you limit your comments to 2 minutes. And then I'll also ask our broadcast staff to open up the phone lines for anyone who may want to call in with public comment. And if you don't have that number, the number is 669-900-6833. And when you're prompted for the meeting ID, please enter 893-5885-5661, and then press the pound button. And I see that we do have one person here in Carson City. You can get started.
Madam Chair, thank you. For the record, Carter Bundy with AFSCME. It's great to see most of you again for the first time in several years. I just want to read a quick statement by AFSCME Local 4041 President Harry Schiffman relating to the budget in response to the state of the state. By providing quality services, our communities need to stay safe and healthy. Nevada state employees played a key role in bringing our state through the pandemic. We're encouraged by Governor Lombardo acknowledging how far behind state workers are in pay, but the proposed wage increases do not go far enough to support staff retention and recruitment needed to address chronic understaffing across all agencies. The governor did bring up a great point that law enforcement is well behind local government. But it's not just law enforcement. I think if any of you talk to in fact, you heard it today from some agencies, if you talk to any state employee, they know people in similar jobs in Clark County, in Washoe County, City of Reno, in any local government who are paid significantly more for the same job. That makes it virtually impossible for our agencies to do the important job of having the right personnel to carry out their missions. So I think the good news is that we do have significant revenue this year. We're going to have to pay more into PERS, and we understand that because it is an excellent retirement system. But 8 and 4 suddenly becomes 6 and 2 when you do that. That barely keeps us at pace with inflation just for 1 year, not to mention the fact that we ended up with a 3 and 0 in the last biennium. So going forward over the next couple of years, we certainly hope we can do something to not just keep pace with inflation, but to really bring us closer to local government pay, because if we're not doing that, we're not going to make a dent in these vacancy rates that I know really is something that you and the governor both want to do. So I want to thank you for your time and looking forward to seeing you the rest of the way.
Thank you so much. Anyone else for a public comment? I don't see anyone in our Las Vegas. Grant Sawyer, BPS, do we have anyone on our phone lines who would like to give public comment?
Yes, Chair, we do have one caller. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Thank you. Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Jana Moan, Jainamoan, and I'm the External Affairs Director for the Nature Conservancy in Nevada. State funding for conservation is critical to maintain Nevada's unique natural resources, rich culture, and history. We appreciate the Treasurer's debt capacity and affordability report presented to the committee today, which included the open space grants, the Tahoe Environmental Program, and the Historic Preservation Funds. These are important programs for improving and maintaining quality of life for all Nevadans. In 2019, AB 84 reauthorized a successful conservation bond program that had been in place for almost 20 years. This funding provided support for a variety of programs to conserve wildlife and natural resources, including visitor amenities at state parks, construction of the Las Vegas Spring Preserve and infrastructure for Las Vegas Wash, land acquisition for the Tahoe Bike Path, restoration projects to protect wildlife habitat, and much more. Additionally, an important benefit of the Conservation Bond Program is that the funding can be used to leverage additional revenue, which will be helpful for taking advantage of new Federal Infrastructure Act and IRA funds. We were thrilled when the Nevada Legislature reauthorized this program in 2019. The implementation of the new funds for open space grants was delayed due to the constraints caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, but in 2021, the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources launched the Conserve Nevada Grant Program. DCNR hired a coordinator and finalized the regulations for how the program would be administered. DCNR has already collected pre-applications for these grants, and we're eager to see this conservation funding finally be put to work. There is so much that needs to be done. The money will fund projects that will help our communities plan and prepare for drought, projects that will provide recreational amenities so that Nevadans can enjoy the outdoors, projects that will heal and restore fire-scarred and other degraded landscapes, and projects that will enhance resiliency for people and nature in the face of climate change. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today and for your service on this committee.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other callers?
Chair, there are no more callers for public. Oh, we actually do have one more caller.
Thank you.
If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello? Oh, okay. I have 2 or 3 minutes.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I would like to talk to my legislators and let them know that I have been following the Economic Forum. The citizens are paying attention. And basically, I remember from several meetings ago that there was talk about the energy sector and how many hundreds of millions of dollars is being poured into research. And, you know, the research is there. I don't know why we have to pay so much money and for studying hydrogen vehicles and all this stuff. We're paying hundreds of millions of dollars for that, and our state legislator is spending too much money. And I know you guys are focused on the casinos, but we need to be focusing on our economy, and also the Pfizer money and the American Rescue Plan money for the shot was a complete bad investment. We never need to lock down again. We never need to follow these mandates. They killed businesses. They hurt children in their schools. Suicide went up in our schools. Children lost opportunities to have scholarships. But I thank you guys. You probably will be hearing from me some more. But yeah, so I'll talk to you guys later. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your comment, and we'd love to hear from you again. However, you didn't say who you were. Could you please state your name for the record? Then I guess we know who you are. Thank you. We'll see you throughout the session, Cyrus. And with that, briefings for today are completed. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. We will be providing lunch, 8:30. Yes. Everyone enjoy your evening. Do your homework for tomorrow.